Okay, hello and welcome. I hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing pretty good. Hello. Welcome. I've pulled myself away from examining and bemoaning the prices on computer upgrades. So we can play some Half-Life 2. A game which my computer can certainly play perfectly on full graphics. Unlike, most likely, Stalker 2, which I'll have to wait until I update my computer. I mean, I can probably play it now, but whatever. Let's continue. We're in Water Hazard. I'll wait a bit longer also to just see what other people are saying about it. Yeah. We just gone through all that. You have an old Radeon 6600 that runs flawlessly on 60 Hz. So fun. It's good to hear. Yeah. Comments I've seen say that it's good. Like, there's some performance issues I've seen people mention and some bugs, which is kind of to be expected, but not really anyone criticizing about the gameplay. Maybe about enemies spawning in. It might be something which they fixed in the back. You've had exit crashes. Oh dear. Okay. I haven't seen too many comments about that, or really any. Yeah, I've got a, what? RDX 2070? So it's enough for the minimum requirements, but what the heck's that thing there? Oh, it's a there's a what's it called? A man hack. There we go. What were you doing up there? Love exit crashes. You want to exit the game and the game crashes instead of exiting. Yeah, usually I felt like I was going to finish playing anyway whenever like Fallout 3 or New Vegas ended up crashing for me. Which was pretty frequently. So convenient when the game exits for you. Oh, is there something up there? No, I can't go up there. Can you do a loop-de-loop? No. Ah, that goes. Actually stops you from doing that, I think. No cool stunts. Hello.
Helicopter bombing run.
I'm invincible now.
This is another example of us creating movement hazards while driving the airboat. The helicopter attempts to stay in front of the player when dropping bombs, and if the player backtracks, it switches to hovering and turns to attacking the player. In one playtest, a bomb just so happened to drop between the pipe seams, creating a pretty cinematic moment. The playtester had a positive reaction, so the team decided to script it so it happened every time. This process has become part of our organic design process. Every so often, a cool thing randomly happens in a playtest, we find a way to make it happen more reliably.
You know, I didn't realize that they had scripted that to occur. I was like, oh yeah, that happened to me too. And then it's like, oh yeah, we made it actually happen. It's like, oh. That wasn't a unique event to me, no. Oh. a specific spot. Hello, welcome, welcome. Yeah, right here. Yeah, there. Ah, so that's just scripted. Okay. So according to comments last time, apparently this texture on the water here is supposed to be animated. Ugh. Ow, 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 ow. Get in boat. That was bad. Oh, right. You're just supposed to bump into it. I'm a dummy. Was there not some health around here? Yeah, whatever. I don't remember if the visual for getting hurt in the water was as intense as it was then. I really couldn't see anything while it was flashing. Ow. 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 No, my crate. Damn it. Something up here, he says. I'm pretty sure there's something up there. Yeah, there's a crate. I thought there was a zombie up here. Oh well. Oh. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Let's get rid of the right click and band icon. Unfortunately for you bots, I don't have a disc. I guess I'm on other people's discords. Oh yeah, this. You have to lower it. Yeah, you forget all these little individual bits and pieces. Let me leave that until I've finished exploring around here. fine. Okay, I've finished exploring. We should have waited until it was all the way down, then it doesn't go back up again. Oh. Ow! Okay. Fantastic. Get in. I thought that collapsing happened when you got closer to it.
Smokestack collapse. When making a cinematic action game like the first Half-Life, we'd always wanted to make some big, spectacular destruction sequence, but we were never quite able to do anything like that. Half-Life 2's physics introduced a system for breaking physics small objects, such as crates, into pieces, which provoked the idea of doing something much bigger. We took a leap and tried breaking a smokestack into pieces as it fell. So we experimented with the masses until it felt better, refined the model, and added lots of smoke and audio to sell the effect. And there we had it. We had our big spectacular destruction moment. Ultimately, our physics made the sequence just barely possible in a way that maybe seems quaint by modern standards, but felt really awesome at the time. Because the simulation was unique every time we ran it, we had to take steps to avoid completely blocking the player's path with the big chunks of debris. The success of this sequence whet our appetites for the much higher fidelity cinematic physics destruction effects next seen in episode 2.
Ow, 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 ow! Yeah, you always have this little curve bit to jump over there. Those smokestacks were fun to keep spawning in Gmod. We've got an ATV shooting at us as well, up there. Oops. Get it. It's actually interesting. We still don't have a shotgun. We have a crowbar, 9mm and a Magnum, SMG, and grenades.
Displacements, 2. Once the initial terrain system was up and running, we expected level designers to use it for outdoor spaces. Instead, they began experimenting, adding detail in unexpected places. They used the subdivided quads on the top of walls to create ruined edges, rounded off street curbs, and even attempted to make pipes. This met with varying success since the terrain system was designed for landscapes, not architectural detail. So we returned to the code mines, transforming the height-based terrain system into a fully 3D displacement system. Now, instead of only moving grid points up and down, designers could move them in any direction. This allowed them to add extra detail to all kinds of surfaces using blended textures to smooth transitions between the displacement quads and the BSP geometry. However, this required additional tech work to ensure consistent lighting between the two renderers, or those edges would have been noticeably mismatched. But with all this done, the level designers seemed satisfied, and we naively thought that this time it really would be enough.
So greedy. Always asking for more. Whoop. Damn it.
Minor fracture detected.
Displacements, 3. With the
Oh, hang on. Did I miss one?
Displacements, 2.
Down here?
Displacements, 1. After Half-Life 1 shipped,
Would be nice
our
maybe
level
if they were
designers and artists wanted a
labeled.
better solution for outdoor environments, so we built the first version of our terrain system. It was based on subdivided quads. To visualize this, imagine a flat square divided into a grid, where each point on the grid can be moved up or down. Level designers could lay out multiple squares and then use a paintbrush tool to shape hills and valleys by adjusting the grid points. For rendering, we used a special blended texture, which combined two different textures. Each grid point specified how much of each texture to use, allowing smooth transitions between surfaces like sand, grass, dirt, and gravel. This type of terrain system wasn't unusual in game engines at the time, and we naively thought it would be enough for our game designers.
I see a recurring pattern.
Displacements, 3. With the general displacement system in hand, level designers didn't stop at adding detail to the world and returned to their original goals of building large-scale outdoor sections. This led to another round of updates to balance performance, ensuring the system could handle both fine detail and larger ground terrain. Texturing had to improve as well, especially to support complex structures like overhanging cliffs that weren't possible with the original height-based system. Designers, never one to rest on their laurels, also started using displacements to create caves and tunnels. While these additions looked great, they required even more technical adjustment. Eventually, we managed to wrangle the competing requirements of all the ways that displacements were being used, and they shipped in large sections of our game world. Looking back, displacements are a clear example of how technology and game design evolve together. It's a chicken and egg problem. We can't foresee all the ways a piece of tech will impact the game, but we also can't build the tech without knowing what it needs to accomplish. So, as is always the case, we have to build something. We start with a solid guess and see where it leads us.
Okay. I go listen to that one down there. That might be talking about this washer puzzle. So, maybe not. Down you go. Oh, right. Yes, of course. I have to actually, like... Yeah, I have to pull the lever.
Washing machine puzzle. We created the washing machine physics puzzle late in development, after playtesting indicated that players needed some downtime from the relentless pressure from the helicopter. Pacing contrasts like this can accentuate the high moments by resetting the player's emotional state and warding off exhaustion or even boredom. It was a positive sign that players reacted so strongly to all the work done to make the helicopter truly menacing, but if we didn't manage the stress of it, fatigue set in, which quickly started to feel like monotony rather than excitement. Originally, players quickly drove through this area, but because of the nice sunlight and composition of the canal here, we decided it was a good spot to pause the action and have the players spend some quiet time solving a puzzle. The puzzle itself, which was the first to use masses and pulleys, ended up giving rise to other physics navigation puzzles elsewhere in the game.
Okay. Pull the lever. Bonk. And it lifts up the bridge. This is Gordon applying his, again, his degrees in the best possible applications. Here's the scientist stuff. Physics.
Hey!
Oh,
You're Freeman, aren't you?
Well, I wouldn't believe it if I couldn't see with my own eyes. Dr. Gordon Freeman himself.
Just in time, Doc. We gotta move out before the Combine picks us up. We're just getting ready to pull out.
We better hurry. Gotta tear down this camp and get out of here.
Greetings to the free man.
Come on in. I'll show you what you're up against.
hello. That's a neat gun you've got there. You have anything else? Oh, yes. I'll take your supplies. Anything else around here?
Come on, get in here.
Hold on! I am exploring. I am taking your stuff.
Don't worry about the airboat. Bort's gonna look after it for you.
Nothing really back there. Okay, show me your presentation.
Here, take a look at this. This here's the dam. It's just up ahead. Eli's hideout is here, a stone's throw from the apron and nestled in the old hydro plant. But getting there, with that hunter chopper on your ass, next to impossible. Good news is, the Vortigaunt's working his magic on your airboat, so you'll have a little more firepower going forward. I think he's just finishing up now. Go on out.
Yeah, this whole sequence here is pretty obvious to just get you out of the room so they can swap the model over.
Gestures. Each of our characters had a library of simple animations called gestures, which we could easily layer on top of other body movements. While originally planned as a production savings to allow us to reuse animations throughout the game, we found they actually had more utility than that. Humans often repeat certain movements, and these can be markers of a specific personality. As a result, our gestures library ended up capturing the essence of each character, helping to unify our animation team's understanding of who those characters were. This made it much easier for our animators to share any one character's workload among themselves, which production often required.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
There we are. That gun came off one of the same hunter choppers that you're up against. I always like to bring a little irony to a firefight. Take that chopper down, and you should be able to tear on through to Eli's place.
The freeman will accept this weapon or suffer greatly on the road ahead.
Well, thank you. Okay. I'm just gonna have a quick break, so I'll pause the recording here and I'll be back in a moment. Okay, we're back. Let's head out.
Give 'em hell, Doc.
Hold on.
Airboat change-up. We heard from the playtesters that they wanted more varied gameplay from the airboat. Up until this point of the game, the player had no real way to fight back against the helicopter and other enemies, so it felt right to introduce a new weapon and in turn deliver a pacing change and set the stage for what would come next. In the subsequent areas, we added target practice to acquaint people with their new weapon. Extra physics force on the airgun projectiles meant targets would get sent flying and make it feel way more powerful than anything in the player's loadout. Even then, when it came to playtesting combat against the helicopter, a lot of testers still thought it was invincible and hadn't noticed our efforts to illustrate that it was taking damage from the Combine-mounted guns earlier. To get over this, we did the most obvious thing. We put the helicopter directly outside the tunnel in which you get the gun and make it extremely clear that you can and should shoot it. And it worked.
Somebody didn't play his faces. I guess that was also with the NPC saying, hey, this should help you shoot it. But, yeah. Cow. Oh yeah, it recharges ammunition. However that works. Don't worry about it. Can I get over there? I don't think so. I think that's just a hole for them to pop out of. Oh. Like, you might be able to bounce the hovercraft over there. No, my health kit. There we go. As I was saying last time, you might be able to do that with grenades, but I'm not sure. Good to shoot them all instead of plowing through the scaffolding like you're supposed to. Nah. Well, he lives. Shoot the missiles down as well. Don't really remember. I like how it shoots a bunch of missiles all over the place when you blow it up.
Skybox time of day. The skybox in fog color changes incrementally during this chapter. This is meant to visually represent the passage of time as the player journeys through the canals and the chapter. Two fog color values in opposite directions help sell the illusion of the oblique angle of the sun. You can see it getting closer to sunset by this point. This culminates in the helicopter combat arena with the sun setting and Ravenholm visible in the skybox.
Hey. Don't remember whether you can shoot that down. you see the G-Man over there? Just walked into the building. Them G-Mans. Am I supposed to go this way? Or the other way to get secrets? The other way. Okay, we're going back. The turning on the hovercraft reverses as soon as you press backwards, which is a little weird. You could be like going backwards very slightly, but the turning is completely swapped around. What is that? Ow! Oh, hello. What's the chime? Huh. Remember that. Oh.
A Half-Life game is an ultimately linear experience, but we're always looking for ways to break up the player path and create non-linearity at level scale. This lambda cache, replaced with a zombie and headcrab ambush, was entirely optional and built only to add some of that non-linearity to this section of travel through the canals.
Yeah, it's nice having the option to sort of go over here and find some stuff, but you don't need to. I'm sure there's other little areas which I've missed. Right there again, I was having problems because the turning swapped around completely. Head up there and still rolling barrels now. How many did they have? Okay. Quite a few.
Donkey Kong Barrel Ramp. This particular area, the drainage ramp, originally started as just an interesting piece of level architecture. But during playtesting, we quickly saw how fun it was to slide the airboat up and around the slope, so we added more elements to enhance that experience. This included Metro Cops dropping barrels down toward the player, and a little nod to the classic arcade game, Donkey Kong.
Didn't realize it was a reference to Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong's upgraded from chucking wooden barrels, now he's hucking Middle ones. Right. Hang on. Can't I open that? So you get in there by... Have to get under here somehow. Maybe I just have to hop off the bike. Because I think you've got to go through the, cargo container. Yeah, right. Nothing over there. Anything back here? No. Let's see if I can do this first try. Bubble around here. The developer commentary video talked about how that bit where the chopper just spits mines all over the place. Actually came from a bug. Nothing, which they just ended up keeping in. There we go. Oh, I killed it when it was over there. Up. There we go. Music didn't seem to play. Oh well.
Arena exit gate. The wheel mechanism to raise the exit gate was added specifically to force the player to defeat the helicopter before they can move forward. We often refer to elements like this as gating the player, using design elements to keep them from progressing until they've completed a necessary task. Here, it's quite literally a gate.
Yeah, so... I don't actually know whether you could open this if the chopper is still alive. Maybe, but you have to stand here for a long time. So you'll be getting shot at the whole time. Now, what I wanted to see was over here. This was like one of the big secrets of the game, I remember. Back when the game came out. Oh, come on, let me on top of it. Oh, wow. Can you not use this as a platform anymore? Oh. Pretty sure you used to be able to stand on top of that. To use this barrel. No, no, no. Come on, let me in. There we go. Okay, I run through this goop. Let me just check that I saved. I did press quick save, but... There we go. Ooh.
Our finest poet.
Hello. Yeah, there's some fast head crabs in here.
We remember the free man. We are coterminous.
Yeah, this was... I remember this being called the all-knowing Vortigaunt. I think it's just because he's the only Vortigaunt you come across at this point who you can actually talk to.
Calm yourself. There is no distance between us. No false veils of time or space may intervene.
Surprised there's no developer commentary back here.
We see you still in Black Mesa. Clearly we see you in the Nylance chamber. We bear witness to the bright eternity of the Nylance demise. You leap, you fall, we see you flash between the barriers. For a brief time you joined us, you are one between the worlds. Communion of the vortessence, and that other, a deeper mystery, no deeper than the void itself. We cannot forget those whose cords you cut. Forgiveness is not ours to bestow. Unity of purpose, the shattering of common shackles, a single road we tread. Your song we sing and shall sing for eternity, no matter the consequences of this struggle. You have brought us grief and jubilation beyond measure. We are there still in observance of your final stroke. While our only scatters at your feet, you severed the vocal cord that bound the Nailants to life and to us. That sharp spur of hope has not dulled to this day. For once the lesser master lay defeated, we knew the greater must also fall in time. With you besides us, a talisman of victory, the day of freedom draws nigh. Your bright face obscures your darker mask. We call you Sib, although your mind and meaning are a mystery to us. Far distant eyes look out through yours. Something secret steers us both. We shall not name it. We have endured these chafing bonds for eons, yet a single moment of further servitude seems intolerable. How often have we slipped our yoke only to find it choking us again? Let this war end in either total victory or our extinction. No further compromise shall we allow. We take our stand beside you here upon this miserable rock.
Oh, thanks.
The way ahead is dark for the moment. What seems to you a sacrifice is merely to us an oscillation. We do not fear the interval of darkness. We are a tapestry woven of vortessence. It is the same for you if only you would see it. How many are there in you? Whose hopes and dreams do you encompass? Could you but see the eyes inside your own, the minds in your mind, you would see how much we share. We are you, free men, and you are us. We have lost all dear to us.
Has he finished?
Our life is worthless unless spent on freedom. We shall prevail. Where to now? And to what end? This is more than anyone can bear, but we will persevere. Our cause seems hopeless. We have survived worse across the ages. We have lost all dear
there we go. He's finished. You know what? Yeah, a whole bunch of stuff just talking about the events from Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2. It's like the first time you're actually able to chat with a Vortigaunt and get their opinion on things, which is interesting. Because you really don't know anything about It does mention there how they were controlled by the Neolan. I think that's what it's called. In Half-Life 1, the end boss is what that is. Something here?
Helicopter final battle.
Oh.
We designed this area as the arena for the final showdown between the player and the Combine attack helicopter. It's the player's chance to finally eliminate the relentless enemy that's been hunting them since fleeing underground after leaving Kleiner's lab. This area went through many iterations to get right. It needed ample space for fast-paced vehicle combat, a smooth movement flow with clear path options, and reliable performance. We also aimed for visual clarity suited to combat, striking but not overly noisy, while ensuring it would serve as a memorable vista once the helicopter is destroyed.
I always remember this area as being a lot more open and less of these rocks lying around, but I guess it's because I always just fight in this area close to the gate where there's not really any rocks. I don't bump into them. Oh. See, that G-Man was over there. Damn it. Oh, okay, this is. Beep boop boop. Oh. Hey, look, we're getting more grenades for the SMG. And that just flew over there. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I've got to take it across there. I think there's anything else around here? Well, actually, I guess I've got to go through the gate over there, so bringing this up here, you don't really need to do that, but oh well, we did. Thank you for letting me get it down from there. I think I missed something else up there. Because I should have gone down that ladder. One moment. Actually, kind of a fair distance to go to get back to your hover bike, kind of regardless of where you leave it. Either you leave it next to the gate and you have to go all the way over here on foot, or you leave it over here and you have to go all the way back for it. Yeah. I didn't realize that. I think that over there is supposed to be Ravenholm. Judging by the commentary. Oh, right, you have to ramp off of the,
Airboat Wreckage. Originally, we destroyed the airboat in the jump over the dam, so this level opened with the player amidst the wreckage of their beloved airboat. In a team-wide playtest, people felt disappointed to lose the vehicle they had spent so much time in. There was a lot of internal debate about whether that feeling of loss was a valuable experience or not. Ultimately, we decided to leave the airboat intact to allow for the possibility of the player reuniting with it someday. Some say that airboat is still out there, waiting for you.
I'm glad that they did destroy it when you got to the end of it. Not everything has to be, like, destroyed on the way. Hopping out of it and just leaving it there kind of feels a bit more natural than having it, like, be destroyed by the landing. Oh, this is actually where you're supposed to go? Well, designing levels in such a way that the player's curiosity is going to lead them right where you want them to.
Alex and Mossman. In our early plans for Half-Life 2's narrative, we wanted to take on the challenge of doing something less explicitly game-focused. Not just a story about the obviously good player defeating the obviously evil enemies. Instead, we aimed to focus on characters and their relationships. We thought it would be interesting to explore family as the central dynamic unit of Half-Life 2. The tension between Alex and Mossman emerged from that idea, and we liked it because it felt relatable, something players could understand and empathize with.
We've got something. Okay, it's human. Hello? Take it easy in there. You're safe now. You'll have to forgive the scanning process. We can't take any chances.
There he is. He's armed to the teeth.
Gordon Freeman? Is that you? You've made it here this quickly. Well, Eli is going to be amazed, not to mention relieved. I'm Dr. Mossman, Dr. Judith Mossman. I've been hearing about you since long before the Black Mesa incident. Oh, Black Mesa. I do so envy you working with Eli and Dr. Kleiner when they were at the top of their field. Ah, there we go. You can come through now.
I forget if it makes some comments about it will take longer if you move around. That might be a different game. Hello.
Good to know you. You'd better get going.
We could certainly use the extra help around here. We've covered a lot of ground in the last few months, but things would go so much faster if we had more people with your training. We're closing in on a reliable local teleport technology. Something the Combine still hasn't mastered. Eli thinks their portals are string-based, similar to our Calabi-Yau model, but they've failed to factor in the dark energy equations. They can tunnel through from their universe, but once they're here, they're dependent on local transportation. If they knew what we were doing with entanglement... Oh. Listen to me. I sound like a postdoc. I'm just so excited to think that we'll finally have the chance to work together. Where was I? Oh, yes. Dr. Kleiner compressed the Zen relay far beyond anything he imagined at Black Mesa. We've figured out how to use Zen as an unexpressed axis, effectively a dimensional slingshot, so we can swing around the border world and come back in local space without having to pass through. Oh, here's Eli now.
All right, good. You keep right on.
Eli, look who I found in the airlock.
Gordon Freeman. Let me get a look at you, man. My God, you haven't changed one iota. How do you do it? Now, let's see. The last time I saw you, I sent you up for help after the resonance cascade. I never thought it would take you this long to get back to me. Welcome to the lab, anyway. It's not Black Mesa, but it served us well enough.
It's going to be a lot more like Black Mesa with Gordon here to help.
Right you are. MIT graduates are few and far between these days. We'll get you out of that hazard suit and back into your lab coat where you belong.
Let me just finish up some work and I'll see what I can dig up. Dr. Freeman, it's been a real honor. I'm looking forward to working together.
I always find it funny how it feels like she's awkwardly sort of walking off because we don't reply to anything. Never say anything. Well.
Eli's lab. We built Eli's lab after Dr. Kleiner's, which gave us a better understanding of how to set up and design effective choreo scenes. As a result, we were able to create a more complex scenario with more opportunities for it to respond to the player. Having multiple characters doing their own thing around the room made staging tricky, and it took a lot of iteration and playtesting to get it to run smoothly. Our experience showed that, generally, players wanted to play along with the scene. They just needed enough subtle clues to know where we wanted them. Similarly, if they got distracted, the scene had to gently pause and wait for them to return.
I believe he broke your record.
Oh, I hope we can still mess around with things and get responses.
I guess you proved you can handle yourself out there.
There's nothing Gordon can't handle, with the possible exception of you.
Dad, please.
Cool.
Feel free to look around. Balancing the player's desire to explore with the narrative goals of the scene was always a challenge. We wanted the room to be full of interesting things to look at, but many players wouldn't explore until they were sure they wouldn't miss any of the character performances. That's why it was important for Eli to tell the player to look around midway through the scene. It signaled that it was safe to explore. From there, we could trigger a variety of custom mini-scenes based on what caught the player's interest.
Yeah.
Fauzian, don't you? That picture and Alex were all I managed to carry out of Black Mesa.
Yeah, this here. Look at those towers. Oh, so retro. Now, it's even got 2 CD drives and a 3 1/4 disc drive. Man.
Alex, I thought you were on watch.
The Vortigons relieved me so I could come see Gordon. Anyway, I should be in here working on the portal.
I have the repairs well in hand. Someone misjudged the capacity of the Combine Thyristor.
Are you blaming me?
No, not at all. It was a calculation error, not a mechanical problem.
Then maybe you should let me do the calculations next time, as well as installing it.
Alex, really? Sometimes I think you deliberately misunderstand me.
Alex, why don't you take Gordon along and give him some practice with the gravity gun?
Sure. Come on, Gordon. Let's go have some fun.
The zero-point energy field manipulator is not a toy, Alex.
Ugh, let's get out of here.
Hold on, I'm still looking at stuff.
Hugs and pickups. Sometimes even little things can be a nightmare to get working. For example, getting a character to hug another character, or even more simply, just to pick up an object from a table, can cause a lot of issues. Even worse, in our dynamic environment, where the characters and objects aren't in preset positions, and the players running around getting in the way, these require a level of synchronization that can be quite tricky. They're made harder because humans handle them without thinking. As you're moving to the table to pick up a cup, you're doing all kinds of preparation with your body to get your feet and hands in the right position to allow to do it comfortably, everything ready right when you get there. If you're moving in to hug somebody, you're both doing it at the same time, adjusting constantly based on each other's movement. To get these features to work in the game involved a lot of synchronization work, making characters aware of each other and the world, and at the same time, getting them to know more about their future plans. It's tempting to want to break up pick up a cup example into discrete steps. Walk to the table, face cup, pick up a cup, because it's much simpler that way, and it makes the steps nicely reusable. But that's how robots work, not humans. Our characters had to know they were moving to a table with the intention to pick up a cup, so they could work on multiple parts of it simultaneously, making sure their hand grabs the cup right when they get there. With 2 characters, it's even more of a negotiation. Both need to agree where and when it's going to happen, and everything needs to happen in place in a seamless fashion. While these moments of simple interaction with their characters in the world are often short, they were critical to making them seem like believable people.
Now he's talking. Oh well, probably just go on. I don't remember whether you see a character like pick up an object from the environment. Kleiner earlier on had the HEV guide, but he actually just ducked beneath the table and it spawned in his hands.
See you in a little while, Gordon.
It wasn't actually an item which he picked up. So maybe they do it in the later segments. I don't want your thing. Let's say, oh, potato.
Go ahead, Gordon. We'll catch up with you later.
What do you mean potato? They put Half-Life, not Half-Life. They put like Portal references in this later on. The big book of big text. Isn't that like a book on fonts and formatting?
I guess you should go with Alex.
Advanced molecular theory and speculation. Can't read that. Applied dynamics? Can't read the next
one. Go with
one.
Alex, Gordon. She'll look after you.
Strings, quarks, and me. Don't know what that one is. Does that say? The extreme aggretato.
Go ahead. We'll talk later.
Stop it. Looking at books. Aeronautical robotics. From here to there in under a second. Kleiner. To
go on, Gordon. Go with Alex.
Something nth dimension and back again. Don't know what that one is. Next one is. Something, and then this one is. I don't know. It has.
See you in a little while, Gordon.
Lost something or other, or something. What's this? Supply.
Go with Alex, Gordon.
We want to put this dense chunk of visual story here because it's the place the game is most explicit at telling players to explore space. Even though its primary job is world building, we still take strides to highlight the relationship between Eli and Breen, giving context to the world's central conflict.
Yeah, I did look at the board in Kleiner's lab. Oh, do I not get the conversations about this now? Ah. But yeah, Eli talks about this and the, 7-hour war? Yeah. Portal Storm continues. 7-hour war ends in Combine victory.
Go ahead, Gordon.
Surrenders. Wallace Breen declared interim administrator. Black Mesa admin charged with Human Affairs Bureau. That other stuff. So.
Go on, Gordon.
I think he talks to you about this as well. This is another sample of whatever it is you use in Half-Life 1. Open a portal, so. I wonder where they got the first sample from.
Go ahead.
Actually, I think it was the G-Man giving it to them, wasn't it? Anyway. Oh, and this thing, I was looking at it. This is interesting. This is actually the head of a cut enemy in the game called the Cremator.
See you in a little while, Gordon.
It's like a humanoid figure which is taller, a bit taller than a person, like 7 foot. And they had like a kind of like a flamethrower gun. I think the idea was that they go around burning corpses or something. They had this sort of robotic looking head.
Go with Alex, Gordon. She'll look after you.
But yeah, you can see pictures of them, I'm pretty sure, in the well, all over the place really now. It's been known about for quite a while.
So I see you've met Dr. Mossman. She's one of the main reasons I spend so much time outside. You should hear her drone on about how it should have been her in the Black Mesa test chamber that day. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be talking behind her back. It just gets a bit claustrophobic down here.
I've got a note to listen to.
Mossman. Judith Mossman was originally based on a character we had planned for a section of Half-Life 1. That section was cut from the base game and reused in Uplink, but without the character. We
That was
considered
the
her the most
demo, I
complex
think.
character in Half-Life 2. We knew we'd be walking a tightrope with how the player felt about her even before Nova Prospekt, because the player's trusted sources don't agree. Eli likes her, but Alex doesn't. We recognized there was a limit to how much complexity we could pull off in relationships, but we felt that a stepmother-daughter dynamic was something players would understand. Whether or not you agree with Mossman, she's doing something heroic. She risks being a double agent to get the information she needs to protect Eli and Alex. She just didn't plan for it.
Okay.
That's the old passage to Ravenholm.
You're waiting.
We don't go there anymore.
Let's go down there. Oh, okay.
We used to be able to go right up there to Ravenholm. It was an old mining town inhabited by some escapees from City 17. Believe me, that tunnel is sealed for a reason.
I don't remember her actually talking more about it. Oh well. Bonk. Like the security cameras and all that, does that imply that the Combine have like humans or like agents which look like humans but
So,
have
here
like
we are.
spy equipment in them?
Scrapyard.
Why would they have to do such a deep scan of a person then?
This is a gravity gun my father was talking about. You can call it the zero-point energy field manipulator if you really want to. It's designed for handling hazardous materials, but we mainly use it for heavy lifting. Give it a try.
I should have maybe just
The primary trigger
waited.
emits a charge. You can punch stuff and send it flying. I found it handy for clearing minefields.
Character lighting. In the first year of development, we were struggling to get our characters to feel as realistic as we wanted them to. There were
Grab things. You can throw them with the primary.
I'll
Once
get
you
back
pick
to that.
something up, you can drop it gently by pressing your secondary trigger again.
Yeah.
Pick up some stuff and toss it.
Character lighting. In the first year of development, we were struggling to get our characters to feel as realistic as we wanted them to. There were actually quite a number of different problems, all of which eventually required specific technological and artistic improvements to fix. The first major problem was lighting. At the time, lighting technology in games had many shortcuts, some due to performance, but many due to misunderstandings of how it all works. To make characters look good at the time, models and textures had to be created with much of their lighting solution baked into them, like shadows and glossiness. The characters looked cool, but they also looked like video game characters. We started building Alex with this approach, because that was how you're supposed to do it. We used the bake solutions and lit her like a movie actor, essentially as if she had a custom lighting rig that followed her around and ensured she always looked good. But it didn't really work. The range of lighting environments and the dynamic nature of video games meant that she'd look great in some environments, but always end up looking terribly unrealistic at some point. We tried iterating on our lighting rig, increasing its capabilities, but eventually it felt like we were at a dead end. Returning to the drawing board, we decided to try a different approach. We built her and the lighting and the textures from the ground up, throwing everything away, focusing on not on what we wanted her to look like in our ideal lighting, but on how things were supposed to work in the real world. It might seem obvious, but it wasn't how it was done, at least not in video games. When looked at outside the game's renderer, these models and textures actually looked worse than the previous versions, but we managed to methodically pull out all the shortcuts and misconceptions about how light and texture and graphics cards worked and put it all back together. After all that was done, when we were finally able to look at Alex in-game with her new models and textures in a dynamic environment that kept her visually consistent at all times, well, she looked great. Totally seamless and part of the Half-Life 2 world. Facial technology. We wanted players to care about our characters, and to even have a chance at achieving that. We knew we had to invest a lot of technology for our characters' faces. It's well understood that humans are wired to pay attention to faces, subconsciously reading all kinds of information from them. So it's an extremely high bar, and if we couldn't reach it, we'd probably push players away from our characters, not towards them as we hoped. We started out doing a lot of research. It was not heartening. The best examples we could find weren't anywhere near close to being able to be run in real time, while the best real-time ones weren't close to the quality we wanted. We wanted to look as good as an animated movie, but they often took hours to render frames and were totally linear, authored by up to 100 animators, whereas ours had to be dynamic. A character might be trying to speak dialogue or a facial move derived from a player's actions and created by just a handful of artists. These requirements eventually led us to Dr. Paul Ekman's facial acting coding system, a system for taxonomizing human facial movements done back in the 1970s. It gave us a vocabulary for describing facial movements throughout our tools and code, and a target to aim for when designing our characters' faces. With it as a framework, we started a many-year process of iterating on how we built faces and heads of our characters. Where others had tried taking bits of Ekman's work, we wanted to try to use it all. That meant a lot of time spent figuring out how to do each piece within the tight performance constraints we had. But we also spent a lot of time just looking at people and faces, trying to find the extra features that would add the most value, like skin elasticity, teeth shadowing. In the end, while we weren't able to do everything we wanted, we did manage to get the pieces we thought were the most important to a convincing facial performance level on our characters.
It looked really good at release. And then it looks even better in Half-Life Alyx. It's got even more
Try grabbing those barrels from that ledge up there.
Even more subtle movements of the skin, like how it wrinkles when someone smiles or talks and so on. Really impressive.
Eye shader. Another critical part of getting character faces to be convincing was in the eyes. Humans are great at reading eyes. There's a part of your brain dedicated to it, down to knowing where somebody is looking based on the reflections on the eyeballs. But there are all kinds of subtleties that matter. Eyes aren't actually spheres. Eyelids get distorted by the cornea moving around underneath. Eye movement can increase the odds of blinking. Eyes don't actually line up directly behind the pupil. They're shifted slightly. All these little details might feel small or unnoticeable, but the absence hurts the believability of the character. We worked on eyes for a long time, iterating our eyeball model and feature set little by little. Some things required external interfaces, like what things in the environment were interesting to look at, where others were automatic, at a subconscious level in the AI, like blinking, an obvious requirement, but one that's subtly confusing if it's wrong. Eye reflections had a particularly large impact. They're ultimately a tiny amount of real estate on the screen, but the difference they made was enormous. We knew we were finally done when we reached the point where, with our eye shader off, a character looked like a doll, human-like, but unconvincing in some way that was hard to describe. But when we turned it on, suddenly it felt like a human was looking at us.
Some of that reminds me of back in primary school, kids would say that when you have your eyelids closed, your eyes roll upwards.
Try grabbing those barrels from that ledge up there.
Oh, right. It actually does call it 0-point energy gun up there.
All right. See if you can stack some stuff to climb up here.
I wonder what happens if you break... Well, you've got the barrels, so you can't. Unless you toss the barrels out of reach or something.
All right.
Moving the gravity gun. When the gravity gun was first prototyped, we planned to give it to the player midway through the game. But as playtesting progressed, we saw the strength of its design and realized the gravity gun, and more importantly, the ability to launch saw blades at zombie faces, needed to come earlier. That meant Eli's lab also needed to move earlier too. It was a significant change, but it was crucial to Half-Life 2's success. It serves as a good reminder that storytelling and gameplay are intertwined, and neither can always take priority. They have to work together.
Mm-hmm. The fun with the paintings. You leave splats of paint on surfaces when you hit them with it. Oh.
Now let me call Dog. He loves to play fetch. Dog! Come! Good doggy. Gordon, this is Dog. My dad built him to protect me when I was a kid. First model was about yay high. I've been adding to him ever since. Haven't I, boy? Okay, Dog, let's play catch with Gordon. You'll need to use the gravity gun. Go ahead, Dog. Throw!
Like a robot out of nowhere.
Good catch!
Oh. I didn't catch that.
Throw another, Dog. Awesome! Another one, Dog.
Bonk.
Dog, go get your ball! Throw it, Dog. Good.
Ow. Well, that got stuck. Quit hogging the ball.
When I told you Dog liked to play fetch, I didn't tell you who'd be fetching, did I?
I think you can get it through the hoop.
Nice shot!
Yeah, there we go. The backboard is angled slightly.
Okay, Gordon, let's try something else. Dog, throw something bigger. No, Dog. No, no, boy. Down. Put that down. What is it, Dog? Oh my God, what was that? Scanners! Combine sweeping the area. We've got to head back to the lab. Come on, Gordon.
Hello. Hold on.
Looking back on Half-Life 2 now, 20 years later, it's sobering to reflect on how terrifying it was throughout much of the development. Game development is hard. You never really get what you'd like to have. You just be able to validate risk before you start to pile more on top of it. For example, our facial animation technology, it took probably 3 or 4 years of work before we were confident it was actually going to work. But we couldn't wait until then. In that first year, we immediately started making all kinds of other choices in our game design, our asset production, and our other technologies, all based on the assumption that our facial animation technology was going to work in the end, from a quality and performance standpoint. If it hadn't, many of those other choices wouldn't have worked either. At the same risk profile is true of other large choices we made early on. We can't wait. We just have to build and hope that our guesses will be true years from now. Terrifying.
Okay.
Dad! It's Alex, do you read?
Alex! Honey.
What's going on in there?
Where are you, Alex?
We're in the scrapyard airlock, stuck in a full auto cycle.
Is Gordon still with you?
He's right here.
Good. I want you to...
Dad?
Take Gordon out of here. Head for the coast. Do not go through Rafe.
Dad? Dad! Damn it! Dog, open the airlock. Get us out of here. Hurry!
Yeah, go ahead. Whoop.
Gordon, you need to get out of here. I can't leave my father. Dog, take Gordon to the Ravenholm tunnel, then circle around and try to meet up with me. Hurry!
Off we go. Thank you. Whoop. Off it goes. Eh. How convenient. I'm sure it will be fine. Spooksville.
As we finished up our work on Ravenholm, we couldn't shake the feeling that the transition from Eli's lab just wasn't working. It was far too abrupt. Eli's lab connected directly to the streets of the town where you'll be shortly, and the section you're standing in didn't exist. We had just made this promise at the end of Eli's lab: we don't go there anymore. And we liked the overall build-up we'd created, but when the player got to Ravenholm, they were immediately dropped into combat with zombies without any room for tension building. So we built this section and the subsequent tight corridors to address that in a way we were happy with. We slowed the pacing, focused on art and lighting, and got you ready to experience why we don't go to Ravenholm anymore.
Okay. Anything back here? Nope. Nothing back there. Oh yeah, that's got like a big stain underneath it. Hello. No. I actually recognize now some of those sound effects. They're the same ones which are used by some enemies in Diablo 2, I believe. Like, enemies which you fight in the Palace of Luke Ghislaine, I think. You can't punt buddies, that's right.
Ravenholm Gameplay Focus. After watching many playtests of Ravenholm, we knew the core gameplay of the level revolved around the gravity gun and physics. Once equipped with that knowledge, we felt we could appropriately build the transition into Ravenholm and help the player learn and understand a bit about what the upcoming experience would be. This happens often. We build the level track, figure out what's working, and then design its prologue. We built the following set of rooms with that table setting in mind. The brutality of the tools we provide the player seemed to aid in setting the mood we were striving for, helping to shift the tone from the safety of Eli's lab to something darker and more frightening.
And now you get to pick up explosive barrels and hurl them at objects and have them explode. Fun times were had by all.
Bringing physics to the enemies. The physics traps in Ravenholm were some of the first gameplay elements in the level that we were really happy with, but they lacked player agency. It was the saw blades that helped us figure out what Ravenholm was truly about. With saw blades, the player was able to bring physics to the zombies instead of leading zombies into the physics. Once we had that understanding, Ravenholm evolved rapidly. We kept combing through the map, looking for anything especially anything unusual that could be turned into a tool or weapon for the player.
Yeah, I like the gas canisters, they're fun. And the saw blades.
Player tools. By this point in the game, players have a lot of experience with Half-Life 2's physics, but they've just received the gravity gun, which provides a whole new way to interact with the physics objects in the game. We iterated on a variety of the physics objects that the player could play with, things like saw blades, the catapults, explosive canisters, traps, spears, and so on, and honed in on the ones that worked well with the physics gun and cut the ones that didn't. Then we went about stripping the levels of ammunition items so that the player had to rely on these objects to survive.
Yoink. And cans, tables. It's fun just to use anything to fight the enemy. Not even like weapons. There we go. I was going to say you should be able to like cover the zombies with paint by hitting them with the paint can. Good fun. Even splits them in two. Game would have still benefited, I think, from having a few more zombie models, but pretty heckin' gruesome too. Yeesh. Especially with the elongated hands. Like the exposed lungs and all. Ow. Damn it. I can't remember whether you can actually get killed by the saw blade if you get hit by it. Or whether it just deals damage like any other physics object.
For it was said they had become like these
It's you.
demons which dwell in matter, but in whom no light may be found.
Contrived setups. There's a pretty obvious contrivance in a bunch of the gravity gun and physics object training. The player pulls a saw blade out of the wall with the gravity gun, and right on cue, a zombie stumbles around the corner, just begging to have a saw blade launched at it. Then the player crawls under a spinning blade trap to turn it off, and suddenly 3 zombies appear, taunting the player to switch the trap back on. We didn't have much time to iterate on this section, so we needed setups that worked for all players, not more open-ended ones that relied on them making the right move. While this kind of design has the potential to reduce players' creativity, in this case, we found that they didn't seem to mind that we forced their hand a little bit.
I think a lot of that came with the novelty of, like, these types of things existing. Right, because you wanted to fiddle around with it and see new ways to use all these physics things, so being forced to use some of it, it wasn't too bad, it wasn't too big of a deal. Now it's not as big of a deal, so maybe it would be a bit more tiresome now, but...
For the days of my life at this place, and my
No.
bones are burned like ash, and let all my impurities be as fuel for that fire. But the light alone.
Paint cans. Once we started to succeed at making the gravity gun and physics gameplay the core of the Ravenholm experience, we started to go through the levels and look for objects that we might have overlooked as we were busy working with the really aggressive things like saw blades and exploding canisters. One of the things we found was the paint can, and it was simple enough for us to sort of reinforce player expectations by having the paint can splatter paint on the zombies when you threw one at them.
It'd be neat if some things like these banners and all that would like get stuck in a zombie if you shot it at them, but yeah, the paint tins are pretty fun. Wait. Where the heck do you come from? Oh, right. A closet. reminds me of Painkiller with the fun of the stake gun, being able to stake enemies to the wall.
Ravenholm's development. We began developing Ravenholm early in the production of Half-Life 2, so it went through more than one full development pass. The first version predated the gravity gun, with gameplay focused on traditional zombie combat using guns and some of the physics traps. We even planned to showcase Ravenholm at E3 in 2002, but the game was ultimately unveiled a year later in 2003. By that point, we had invested heavily in Ravenholm's art, something which we generally avoid until the gameplay is fully proven. So once we went back to Ravenholm with the gravity gun mechanic in mind, we were working with a lot of pre-existing level geometry that had been designed with a very different gameplay goal in mind.
May they become like dust before the wind.
I don't think I ever really noticed that it wasn't designed for it. At least, not to the point where it got in the way. I like that the subtitles say "shriek" for something getting hit by the saw blade. Oh.
Misteaching flinches. Another memorable playtest and example of the danger of misteaching players occurred in Ravenholm. One of our design principles is for the game to respond to the player as much as possible. So when designing the gravity gun, it seemed obvious that if the player pointed it at a zombie and pulled the trigger, something should happen. It was simple enough to make it zap the zombie for a tiny amount of damage, causing the zombie to play its flinch animation, which felt good and responsive. Later, we watched a playtest where the tester discovered this interaction immediately upon arriving in Ravenholm, and interpreted it as a feedback that the gravity gun was hurting the zombie, which it was, just not very much. So they zapped the zombie again, repeatedly, shocking it over and over until it died. This is a slow, unfun, inhumane way to fight zombies, especially where you're surrounded by saw blades and explosive canisters. Having learned our lesson, we removed that flinch animation, even though it meant losing that interaction between the zombie and the gravity gun. In this case, it was better to not have the simple interaction, rather than give the false impression that the gravity gun was an effective way to fight zombies. Even simple principles can require trade-offs when you get into the details.
Right, I think you can actually hit them with the gun. If there's just no animation for it. Oh no, huh, I thought you could. Yeah, well. I thought you could punt them with it, but...
But who is this? Another life to save? I'll keep my eye on you. More than that, I cannot promise.
Grigori Plaza. This open plaza is one of the areas that was fully detailed in our first development pass, and when we returned to it, we wanted to preserve as much of the existing art as possible while designing a new player path that used all 3 dimensions, moving players up and down, through windows, across rooftops, and between buildings. It wasn't a large space, so we had to squeeze as much track out of it as possible, and since that started as an art-focused area, it was light on gameplay and we needed to address that playtesters tended to fly right through it. And to top that off, it was already pushing our rendering performance budget with little room left for anything new. The challenge became finding small additions to slow the player down by adding threats around corners and into every nook and cranny of the level.
Yeah, you can see even in like early depictions of the game that this area looks pretty much as it does. There's a big bonfire here. I like that you can turn it off. You can turn it off. We're turning the gas off. And then you can turn it back on again. But I like that the gas doesn't immediately catch on fire. You actually have to spark it. They get all charged. Yeah, they got the little cage there to see that you can do that.
Fire trap. This fire trap was originally intended as a visual showpiece for the fire system before a level designer repurposed it as a gameplay element for Ravenholm. It was almost cut many times during development due to the performance impact on the low-end PCs because of all the overdraw involved with the transparent sprites. In the end, there was a programmer who felt that it was important enough to the gameplay that it was worth doing the work to solve the performance issues and make sure we could get it into the game.
Yeah, it's a neat spot, especially when you get zombies coming down here. And then you can set it on, turn it on again. As cruel as it may be to the poor people who've been head grabbed. Any more? Oh, then you follow. I did like that. It'll look even better in the RTX version, I'm sure. Damn it. Let me just check up here. Nope. A vent. Or maybe you can punt the head crabs away with the gravity gun. That might be what I was thinking of. I do remember finding this whole section actually creepy when I first played the game. I hadn't really played any horror games at that point, I don't think. So, yeah, probably the first time I was like really spooked in a game. There. Yeah, you can punt the head crabs for a second. Hello. Mm-hmm. You won. Yeah, the poison head crabs. Oh, one moment. It looks like the bots have all got a different type of message, which they tend to spread now. Oh yeah, I did listen to this.
Hallway cupboards. These junk-filled hallways were a simple solution to our need to slow the player down. With the constraint of preserving as much of the existing geometry as possible, combined with slow-moving zombies as the main enemy, it was tricky to stop players from just sprinting through here. Luckily, having Grigori as the crazed inhabitant of Ravenholm made these setups easy to justify. It makes good sense that he'd clog the stairwell to keep himself safe on the rooftops. In the end, Grigori's solution and ours were one and the same. Just throw a bunch of furniture in the way, because if it stops zombies, it'll probably slow the player down too.
Okay. I guess the only risk there is that you've seen, like, furniture-strewn hallways at the beginning of the game, and you couldn't get past them or do anything with them. But maybe by this point it's been long enough that the player wouldn't necessarily remember that.
Poison head crabs. This room unintentionally introduces poison head crabs. We'd spent a lot of time crafting their proper introduction later in the level, but once we saw how well they were playtesting, our excitement got the better of us, and before too long we'd scattered them throughout the level. By the time we realized they'd appeared before their intro, it was really too late to rework it. Fortunately, a tight room of poison head crabs works as decent training, because their design avoids a common issue with combat training. Typically, players are stressed and they can get frustrated if they die repeatedly without understanding why. And sure enough, we encountered that problem when trying to train the player with both poison head crabs and their source, the poison zombie. However, poison head crabs can't kill the player by themselves. So while stressful, a room full of them at least avoids that frustration.
Aren't they? I know that when you get hit by a poison head crab, it lowers your hit points to like 1, and then you slowly recover them. But I thought if they hit you when you're at 1 or below 10 again, they would actually kill you. Eh. I don't like these. Ugh. These are another one of the things I found really creepy in this section, because they make a whistling noise, and one of the first times I heard it, I thought it was actually someone whistling for you to, like, follow them.
Even with all the work we did to try and make a connection between this lever and the outside electric fence in the players' minds, some testers would still flip the lever and not know what they'd done. They'd even wander around, flip the lever back on, and wander around some more. With not much time to spend on making the connection clearer, we elected to just have the lever break off. This prevented players from undoing their progress and added to the feeling that Ravenholm was an unreliable and decaying environment.
Yeah, I guess the problem there is that you're turning off the electricity, which, even though you see the sparking stop, like, it's not really very visual. And usually when you pull a lever, you'd expect a door to open. Certainly at the time, you know, lever would equal, like, opening door, so. I kind of think it's also good that they introduced the poison head crabs before the poison zombie. That you could, like, you know, see the poison head crabs and then see them on a zombie and be like, oh, it's got those things, instead of seeing them both at the same time. Because then you have to realize, oh, this is the new zombie, and also, oh, this is the new head crab.
Well done, brother. Make free use of my traps, but take care not to fall in them yourself. Behind you! In Ravenholm, you do well to be vigilant.
There's a new headcrab as well. They're annoying.
We all went to Ravenholm. When fans talk to us about Half-Life 2, Ravenholm is often the most remembered section. Thanks to its multiple development passes and the density of the material in it, more members of the team are represented in Ravenholm than anywhere else. It was where we figured out how to apply our artistic pipeline to the set pieces and mood we wanted, how physics and gameplay combined with the gravity gun, how headcrabs and zombies need to evolve for Half-Life 2, and much more. Looking back on it now, it reassures our belief in individual empowerment over centralized design. Ravenholm is dense, highly efficient in its gameplay and artistic execution, and the sum of many small contributions by individuals who understood how they could push it just a little further with their own unique capabilities.
I think also it helps that architecturally it stands out a lot from the other places. Nova Prospect I remember, but like not really individual moments in it. Just sort of the whole place. And of course the Citadel at the end. Oh. No, don't pick it up with that. Oh yeah, car trap.
Car crushers. These car crushers required some adjustments and quite a bit of work to our physics damage system. There's always a challenge when big physics objects interact with non-player characters. For instance, if the physics can push the NPC, it might shove them somewhere they're not supposed to go, leaving them unable to recover. This isn't a big issue for something like a headcrab, which can just hop out of a tricky situation, but for something like a zombie, it could mean they get stuck and end up helpless, flailing away in whatever gap they manage to wedge themselves into, which kind of kills the survival horror mood we're going for here.
I can't remember whether Left 4 Dead or Left 4 Dead 2 had many of these physics traps in it. Oh, he's having a problem. Come on.
Car crusher lifts. Getting the car crushers to lift the player was also tricky. See, the player is always being simulated by both the physics system and the game's movement system. Each time we update the player's state, we compare the results from both systems and decide which one is right, then sync them up and repeat. This allows the two systems to influence each other. Like when the player stands on a seesaw, the physics lets the board give way, or when they stand on the car crusher, it lifts them up. While more complex, this dual system approach was easier to tune than trying to handle both physics and player movement in a single system. By keeping them separate, we could fine-tune the player movement system to feel good on its own, only reconciling the two when physics was affecting the player.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Nothing else around down here. Can I go over there? Oh. Hey, I can. Anything else to hear? Nope. Does that lead anywhere? Well, the same place. I see you over there.
Better and better. I am Father Grigori. You have already met my congregation.
Laugh a minute, that guy. Well.
Ah, it is you, brother. I apologize. But no harm done. My bullets are the least of your concerns.
Yeah. Did they actually run towards it? Huh. Anything else I can toss? That's too big. It's also funny after this, like, a bunch of games which came out with a gravity gun XP in them. Doom 3 had one, the expansion, Resurrection of Evil, that had a gravity gun in it. I don't think you could do as much with it as you could in this. There was still a fast head crab. Where did it go? Never mind.
Pacing switch. Now that the player's through the training section, we can start shifting the pacing from moody, claustrophobic spaces to more combat-focused action arenas. With the player familiar with the various physics tools in the environment, we can start mixing those into open spaces and just give the player the freedom to choose their approach.
Oh yeah, the bricks are pretty good. They actually do kill zombies, I think. Oranges and lemons? Where's that? No problem. Behind the buildings, okay. Oh, I have to go somewhere else. Oh, up there. Okay. How do I get up there? Just stack things, or? Oh, there, right. It's even got a light on it.
Although they call me crazy, I care not, for thou art my helper, my strength, and my savior.
Out of here, you. I think I can go back over there because of this. Yeah, okay. I need to go in here.
Tables and bodies. Towards the end of Ravenholm's production, with all the major pieces in place, we went through and tried to fill out every bit of empty space with something interesting. In doing so, we had to be careful to use what we already had and not create anything new, as we couldn't risk introducing more bugs. Often, as in this room, we were trying to add new moments of gameplay, while also adding more detail and storytelling to the area. Small scenes like this allow an attentive player to think about what they're seeing and what it might mean for what they'll encounter next.
Yeah, this always reminded me of like a medical room or something. You got the med kits there, and this. This one looks quite different from the others. And there's these hooks here too. Interesting that the last few areas you didn't really get too many saw blades. Wham! Oh. Oh, there you are. Great, we've got them. The old fast head crabs, zombies.
Fast Zombie Introduction. This space was another area originally built for E3 2003, where it showcased the player fighting against a squad of Combine soldiers. When we returned to use it to introduce the Fast Zombie, we tried to keep as much of the previous work as possible. We wanted an iconic moonlit shot with zombies leaping past the moon like werewolves to draw the player's eye. Once that beat is over, we introduce the first Fast Zombie to the player space and send it at them. It took a lot of iteration to find the right balance of lighting for the scene to look good, while ensuring it also worked for the gameplay goals.
Yeah, right. I remember that. There's a whole thing where the player comes in here, the Combine is shooting at them, goes into this door, and I think closes it? Or like stacks something in the doorway? And it's fighting, and there's the Combine of shooting through the windows. I think he throws some grenades around.
Physics object consistency. All physics objects have a variety of parameters that define their behavior, their mass, the amount of damage they take before breaking, what they break into, and so on. During development, these parameters were specified by level designers for each item, which is how most things in the game worked. But later in development, we realized we'd created a problem for ourselves. There were thousands of physics objects in the game, and no method to ensure consistency across them. As a result, a cardboard box might break apart with a single pistol shot in one level, and be completely invulnerable in another. Internally, we generally referred to these inconsistencies as level designer crimes. To fix these, and to deliver some justice, we built a system that enforced consistency on all physics objects based on their visual model. Since most of the game had already been built, we were forced to allow level designers to explicitly opt out of this system for rare edge cases where they needed to do something criminal to preserve what they'd designed. Internally, we refer to these designers as recidivists, some of whom perpetuate their life of crime at Valve to this day.
We should just have one standard, which applies to everything. I do kind of think the cardboard boxes should break a bit more readily punting them around with the gravity gun. They do rather get in the way. And once they're broken, I don't think you can't interact with them. Or you can't... You don't bump into them. The player has no physics on them. It's also neat, this area, because everyone would have seen... a lot of people would have seen the E3 video. So when you get to this part for the first time in the game, you're expecting to fight up against the Combine, but nope. It's completely different. But then you're like, oh, maybe they changed more things. I remember that in some other games where a part in a trailer or a demo played one way, and then in the full game it actually played out differently. I can't remember of an example. Yeah, I think here there was a Combine soldier up there, and the guy in the video like threw a grenade up at him, or shot him with a SMG grenade or something, or maybe like fired a physics object up at them.
Here, brother! Come closer. You've stirred up hell. A man after my own heart. Here, I have a more suitable gun for you. You'll need it. Catch!
Oh!
Good. Now, keep it close. My advice to you is, aim for the head. Hush. They come. There is no rest in Ravenholm. Move on and I will meet you at the church. Woe betide thee, child.
Yeah, they're a pain. Oh yeah. The what is this? A Spaz 12 or something, and it's got a double barrel. Because that thing underneath the barrel was included as a second barrel. I think that was the case in Half-Life 1 as well, so I'm sure they just kept it because of consistency and because it was funny. Interesting, they haven't actually talked about any of the weapons in the game in any of the developer commentary. Oh yeah, the pipes shake when they're climbing up them, that's neat. So you can tell where they're coming from. How many shots do you take? Eesh. Put things in front of the doorway. Makes it a bit more difficult for them to get through. See, the gas canisters, they just kind of set them on fire. They're not necessarily that useful. And then you get attacked by flaming zombies. Or they just come through the roof. Did they do that because I blocked the door? Clever gets. I hope they did that because I put these in the way of the door. Is there anything up there? I don't think so. Oh. Nope. Nope. You can't go up there.
Poison Zombie Introduction. Constraining the player in a tight space while providing them with a view outward is a useful way to increase the chances that they'll notice something we want them to see. Here, we draw the player's attention with the sound of a wail before the poison zombie itself becomes visible. Originally, this encounter was also the first time players faced poison headcrabs, but as mentioned in an earlier node, we got far too enthusiastic in proliferating poison headcrabs around the level and ended up spoiling their joint introduction here. In the end, however, these first encounters worked better as separate instances anyway.
Yeah, I think it works best when they're introduced separately, because it's like, you've seen the poison headcrabs, you know what they do. Now you see the poison zombie. Okay. I can't open that. Okay, never mind. Can I punch it open? Nope. Never mind. Right, yeah, this area. This is a fun spot.
Gamma correction. Our game engine has a rendering system that's responsible for taking the entire state of the game and calculating a color value for every pixel on your screen to represent that state. But code and software from other people are involved in the process of calculating those pixels as well. As an example, the software and hardware in your GPU and monitor. At one point during development, we were unhappy with how our characters looked. In particular, we thought that they looked waxy or sickly. Their skin was wrong. We spent some time tuning our lighting, but we just couldn't get both our characters and our world to look right. Luckily, we still had a fully featured software renderer, which allowed us to run the game without a GPU, because this was an era where many players still didn't have one. And looking at the game on that renderer, we noticed that our lighting didn't have the same problem. So we went through our code with a fine-tooth comb, trying to figure out where our rendering code was doing something wrong when it was working with a GPU. After failing to do so, we tried talking to the GPU manufacturers asking them to double check they weren't doing anything wrong with the pixel values we were passing them. That was the start of a long journey, and long story short, it was a journey of almost 2 years of back and forth communication with GPU manufacturers before we were able to convince them that they were doing gamma correction incorrectly in the low-level math on their cards. During this, we'd even had to build a system that validated the color values of an individual pixel throughout the entirety of our rendering pipeline. But eventually, at the end, we finally got new drivers back for them, and our characters immediately looked like they should, matching the software render.
I wonder if any other games which came out... Well, I would assume other games which came out before Half-Life 2 went and did that were done with this mistake in mind. And so now, well, I mean, you know, now there's probably different software or whatever that they're using, but I assume that would have changed how other games looked as well. Arcade Archer is so yellow. Oh. I do like the noises the poison head crabs make. Ah, fuck it. The sort of whip sound. Grenades do roll a lot. Yeah, it's just the poison head crabs which poisons you. The poison zombies don't. Unless they're flinging the head crabs attached to them at you. Is this infinite zombies? I don't really remember.
At this point in Ravenholm, the player has learned all the gameplay elements available to them and can predict their interactions. This allows us to build more complex setups, providing a greater level of threat and more freedom in how the player can approach each scenario. This arena is a deliberately entwined space that the player will need to explore, and we use that exploration time to slowly ramp up combat intensity. The faster the player explores, the faster we ramp it up. The freeform nature of this design made it challenging to tune, given the large dynamic range in how players played through it.
Yeah, you get a lot of zombies coming from all over the place. Oh. See if we can corral a whole bunch of them together. Come on, zombies. Nah. This is my corner. Get out of here. Oh. Yeah, that little whip noise it. I remember thinking that it was someone whistling at you. Well.
Playtester archetypes. Iteration and regular playtest were the lifeblood of Half-Life 2's production. Every week, we'd quietly watch over the shoulder of a player going through the section we were working on, taking notes on what worked and what didn't. It was important for us to test with a wide range of skill levels, to be sure that we weren't making decisions that only worked for some. Over time, we learned to choose specific types of playtesters based on the development stage we were at. Early on, we used experienced gamers, usually teammates, who could handle rough, unfinished areas and were good at explaining their thought process. For combat testing, we'd find players of all skill levels, especially those creative in their usage with the tools. Finally, as sections became more polished, we'd focus on beginners, people who didn't play games much or weren't familiar with first-person shooters. Even if they weren't necessarily someone who might buy the game, we often learned something valuable from watching them.
Anything else? Oop. All right.
Warning.
Well.
Blood toxin levels detected. Automatic medical system engaged. Morphine administered.
There you get to see what getting hit by a poison head crab does. Lowers hit points down, and then they slowly come back. I'm pretty sure they do deal some damage when they hit you, but maybe that's just me thinking that's the case. Ow. Thought I missed something up here. I like that chair's there. I'm pretty sure just to stop your momentum. Me up.
Return to true nature. Woe to thee! How came you here, brother? This is the wrong side of town for you. Did I not tell you to seek the church? Mend your ways before it is too late.
And I can't see where I am. And that lets you get back up easily if you fall down. Very nice of them. here we are back down here. Oh, this door's open now. Anything behind all these? No.
Minor lacerations
There.
detected.
Oh! Go!
Minor lacerations detected. Emergency. User dead. Image vital signs are dropping. Warning. Vital signs critical. Seek medical attention.
Nice. More magnum ammo. Oh yeah, this bit.
Final arena. When we finished the first pass over Ravenholm, this rooftop was intended to be the culminating fight. Like other spaces in Ravenholm, it had begun life as a space purely focused on being an interesting visual location. We felt it was important that, as the player left Ravenholm, they had a moment to look back over the town they had just survived and get a glimpse of where they were headed next. Multiple gameplay groups took a shot at building a fight here, but the tight geometry and performance constraints meant we never really created a finale we were happy with. Not unlike the Half-Life saga itself, it seemed as if Ravenholm was destined to not have a real ending.
Does kind of feel like there could have been some more buildings over there. I'm glad that they are talking more about the game and the development now. I think since Half-Life Alyx, they've actually been doing quite a bit more talking. It's like, I guess that sort of broke the ice on a lot of things. Gonna start it up sometime. Father Gregory was talking to us, saying that he was going to start the motor or something. There we go. Don't want to be too hopeful, but have I noticed the recent Half-Life 2 updates? You mean the improved graphics and developer commentary? A little bit. And RTX version looks pretty good. Last week update, you mean?
The handbrake, brother. Release it and come down.
Don't think so. I know that there was a little bit of patching for this. And they combined episode 1 and 2 into the base game.
And what terrible wonders are these thou hast done among the dead? What shades rise to confess thee, and what spectres shall know thee by thy name? Greetings, brother. And so we meet at last. You are to be commended for avoiding my traps. The work of a man who once had too much time on his hands and now finds time for nothing but the work of salvation.
You mean you're building them while people
I
are
suspect you have
alive?
little wish to remain in Ravenholm, so I will show you to the mines.
Maybe it was against a combat.
As
or
for
something.
me, a shepherd must tend to his flock, especially when they have grown unruly.
I understand
me,
how
brother,
low
and
quality the
tread
texture on
lightly,
your gun is.
For this is hallowed ground.
Well, the people were alive.
Over here, brother.
I guess it was a hobby.
Quickly, brother.
Too busy. I'm following up. Oop, okay. I've mastered the art of teleportation, brother.
Response rules. We knew early on that we wanted a lot of dynamic dialogue in game, so we needed a system to handle it effectively. We aimed for a system that allowed sound designers to add and tweak lines without involving programmers, made the dialogue tightly responsive to the game's state, and minimized repetition. With these requirements, we created the response rules system. Whenever a character speaks outside of a choreographed scene, this system determines which line to deliver. Rather than picking up lines directly, character AI is constantly flagging opportunities for speech whenever a relevant event happens. Spotting the player, getting hurt, firing a last round in a gun, encountering overwhelming enemies, and so on. With each opportunity, it sends the response rule system a packet of data about the game's current state, and the system returns the most fitting dialogue line, if there is any. This setup allowed our sound designers to create a detailed decision matrix for dialogue. For example, a character might have a different set of lines for announcing a reload while under fire versus after the end of a fight, or if only one ally is left standing, or if there's a strider in sight, etc. By the time we shipped Half-Life 2, we felt we'd only scratched the surface of this system's potential. It became a core feature of Episode 1's Alex, and went on to power the dynamic dialogue in our later games, including TF2's classes and the cast of Left 4 Dead.
I don't really like moving too far from the nodes, because I don't know whether proximity would make them stop, but he just kept running off on his own.
The real final arena. Very late in the development of Half-Life 2, when we were reviewing the entire game for final improvement opportunities, we decided we did, in fact, want a real finale for Ravenholm. The rooftop fight wasn't enough. After some discussion, we chose to add this final fight through the graveyard with Grigori alongside the player. It was risky, development-wise, but we felt the game needed it. Since we were near the end of production, we had a mature set of gameplay tools to work with, but even more importantly, by this point, we understood our own game. Making a game is often a process of learning what it is you're actually creating. Why is our game fun? How is it different? What are the most important elements? As we built the game and watched playtesters go through it, we learned answers to those questions and, in turn, got better at making it. So the graveyard came together quickly and required far less iteration than many earlier areas of the game.
I don't actually know whether the NPCs heal. I guess they do outside of combat.
For the head.
Wing. Why are there so many people in the graveyard? Not like the head crabs animate corpses. I mean, I don't think they do. I think they just attach to living people.
The grave holds nothing worse for you.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not fussed by it.
I think no worse of thee. Fall for your affliction. Look out!
They're dead. Thanks for that.
Follow me. Quickly, brother.
Did the blades get stuck in the wire, or did they go through it? I think they go through it. Or they bounce off of it.
Hurry while I hold the gate. Go quickly.
Okay.
Hey, brother.
Thank you.
Farewell, brother. I fear I deliver you to a darker place. May the light of lights illuminate your path. Look to your own salvation.
He just stands there in the fire, shooting zombies. Okay. I think zombies just keep spawning, so there's no reason to hang around. I like how you get to look over the area up here. Okay. Bye! How deep is it? Kind of deep. See there, the neat way the barrel starts spinning very rapidly when it gets hit in one of the ends as it's falling, rather than just sort of bonking off of it and falling at the same speed.
The complex route the player takes to safely navigate this mine shaft gives them plenty of time to see what's waiting for them at the bottom. And surprise, it's head crabs. Honestly, it's often head crabs. But in this case, it's poison head crabs, which are fun by themselves, but a real riot when you add fast head crabs into the mix. These two guys make a great combination. Neither is particularly dangerous on its own, but together they're incredibly lethal. Once poisoned, a single hit from a fast head crab is enough to kill the player. And this is what biologists call symbiosis. At least that's what we think.
Ow! Damn it! Hooray! Hey, crabs. I do think maybe this section going into more head crabs and all is kind of getting a little bit long in the tooth with them, with their usage. I don't really remember the mines area too much. Other than just this, I guess. Actually, no, I'd forgotten about it. Yes, let's see what I can do. Hello, it's me. Whoop. Ow. I don't think fast head crabs deal more damage than normal head crabs. spindly buggers. Do they just keep spawning? I get the feeling that they do. Whoa. Okay, I'll just continue on. No! Damn it! Oh, I wanted that stuff. Ah, I should have remembered that, Brooke. Supposed to pull it towards you using the gravity gun. Oh yeah. Now here. Ow. Oh.
Minor fracture detected.
You can get some stuff if you let the barnacle pull you all the way up there. At least up to that ledge. I don't think there's anything else further up there. Oh, right, this. Can't remember whether it can hit you if you're ducking. I don't think so. No. I do like this bit. It's so silly. Meow. There we go. And it's daytime again. Oh, right. Yeah, this bit. There's just one more. Because they couldn't help themselves. I don't remember if the different types of head crabs are in Half-Life Alyx. Nice that they give you a bunch of ammunition. Also a magnum up here.
This section of Game Track was added late in development, after we moved Eli's lab in Ravenholm to come before Coast. While you might think that we build the game linearly, we actually split up into 3 different groups and worked in parallel on different sections, starting mostly in the middle of the game.
Each group's first pass focused on nailing down the core of their section before they moved on. And then once we had a rough version of the whole game laid out, we went back over each section to polish it, adding successful elements from other areas and removing what wasn't working. In some cases, such as in Ravenholm, entire sections were moved. And then, after Ravenholm was relocated, we needed a new piece to connect it to the coast, which is the area you're entering now. Given the time constraints, this short section was built using existing, proven gameplay elements, like snipers and combine soldiers.
Is this where we first meet up with combine soldiers? I was expecting him to get shot. I thought there was a sniper above me which would shoot him, but I guess maybe that's a bit later. Yeah, right here. Okay. Yeah, there's a soldier. Not a very good shot.
Half-Life 2's physics gave us a variety of tools to make combat more exciting. For instance, when enemies miss the player, we subtly redirect their shots toward breakable objects nearby, adding mayhem and creating that action movie feel. We also employed physics to add hints. We created what we called ragdoll magnets across the game to make enemy corpses fall in interesting and dramatic ways, such as off ledges or into the path of a train.
Right, yeah, I mentioned this in the first part. The developer commentary says that as well. But at the section where you first go into the canals and there's some combine met cops standing on a bridge, and you can blow it up with some barrels underneath and they fall down. You don't get their sniper rifle though, unfortunately. Oh well.
Snipers. The Half-Life 2 team was never very large, so we were always looking for ways to create new gameplay without high asset production costs. The sniper is a great example. It has no actual model, just a laser beam, so it required no art or animation support. When it dies, it simply spawns a Combine Soldier ragdoll and launches it out the window. Despite that simplicity, we got a lot of unique gameplay from it. We were especially happy with how it interacted with the physics objects in the game world. Players are used to exploiting explosive objects near enemies, so it felt fitting to have an enemy that flipped that dynamic when the player was in cover.
Oh yeah, the sniper's like shooting boxes and such near you and blowing up barrels around you as well. Yeesh. Like so. There. Ow! Oh. Thank heavens for their slow bullets. I think you can't block their shots by just like holding up a piece of metal like that. Did they do the same thing as this in Half-Life 1? I feel like they did. Old snipers. Or at least some other game has done it as well. Oh, right, Combine Soldiers. Yeah, they're quite a bit heftier. They've got a vest and some padded armor. And they have a helmet, which is more armored looking and with blue visors. And sort of an urban camo going on as well. I always liked how the mech cops look more than the soldiers. Because I think the greyish blue with the white works a lot better. But the soldiers do look neat. Just that the mech cops are more striking. No! Oh yeah, right, you can pick up the grenades they throw and toss them back. We get a new gun. What's it called? Overwatch Standard Issue. Pulse Rifle. None of the alt fire though. It is fun. Makes a good noise too. Ow! Damn it! Did you throw that up against the fence? You doofuses. Ah. Yeah, they got me with that. You never really get to see how the AI work together to sort of advance on the player. Mostly because you're taking cover because it's effective. There used to be this great video on YouTube. I haven't been able to find it for years. It came up, oh jeez, quite a few years ago. And it was an aerial shot of one of the bridges in Half-Life 2. And it had a group of Combine soldiers fighting against a group of resistance fighters. And with a bunch of like boxes and such scattered across the bridge, and you could see how the AI would the video like circled the groups of enemies and sort of mentioned what they were doing at that time, like, you know, these guys have grouped together to bunker down to cover for this guy who's moving forward and things like that. It was a really nice way of sort of showcasing how the AI functions in Half-Life 2. As I said though, I don't think it's actually on YouTube anymore, unfortunately. Fear still has the best AI. It's interesting because, like, the AI in Fear, I don't think it's very complicated. I don't know if they actually pay attention to each other, but them calling out what they're doing and noting things like flashlight and grenade and, you know, man down and things like that do a lot of work to make it seem like they're a lot smarter than they are. It is a very good AI for the game, and I agree that it's really good. They do. It's a research AI for the 70s. It's a simple solution finder. Okay, okay. Yeah, you can hear them calling out things like throw a grenade and so on. Outbreak. It means we've got a problem with enemies.
Who's hurt?
Winston's been hit.
Winston?
Patch him up and get him to the back as soon as he's stable.
As soon as he's a horse.
Freeman.
Who?
It's incredible you made it. We've been getting communications from Alex. I'll see if I can reach her again. Follow me.
Hold on. nothing up here.
Over here, Dr. Freeman.
I think the soundtrack's called Triage at Dawn. Makes sense, actually, considering that's probably talking about Winston.
It's Leon. We're all clear. And I've got Gordon Freeman.
Dr. Freeman, you're kidding. Look, I've been on the line with Alex. Her father's been captured.
Over here, Dr. Freeman.
Eli Vance is indispensable to the liberation.
Alex, it's Leon. And I've got Gordon Freeman with me.
Gordon, you made it through Ravenholm. Thank God. I need your help. They've taken my father. He's been taken to Nova Prospect. The Vortigaunts tracked the ship that made off with him and Judith Mossman. While the trains are still running, I'm gonna hitch a ride. Here's where you come in, Gordon. I need you to make your way along the coast until you get to Nova Prospect. It used to be a high-security prison. It's something much worse than that now. But I think it's still easier to sneak in than to break out.
You wanted to take the coast road? You won't last 5 minutes on foot. It's spawning season for the antlions.
That's why I called you, Leon. I was hoping you still had the scout car we left with you last summer. The one my dad rigged with the Tau cannon.
Yeah, good idea. Hold on a sec. Norco? Bring the buggy out. Put it on the dock right now. Gordon Freeman will be driving it.
Will do. I just finished mounting an ammo crate on the back.
Good timing. Okay, Alex, we're all set.
Thanks, Leon. Gordon, I haven't driven the coast in over a year, but I have no reason to think it's gotten any safer. Meet me in the depot where the trains unload. Take care of yourself, and I'll see you in Nova Prospect. Bye for now.
Bye, Alex. Okay, Doc. Before you hit the road, you might want to grab some med kits, restock on ammo, maybe check the map, see where you're headed. There's an ammo supply crate on the back of the car, if that's any comfort.
Infinite ammo.
Stay with the car. Make use
It's
of the
quite
numbers.
impressive.
You'll stand a fair chance against the antlions.
Who knew they had such
I'll radio
technology?
ahead to let the next base know you're coming.
Coast kickoff. This interstitial scene came along late in development to connect Ravenholm to Coast. Coast kickoff.
Oh, sorry.
This interstitial scene came along late in development to connect Ravenholm to Coast. Noticing a trend? Quite a bit of the connective tissue in our games comes together late. In this case, that meant cutting corners wherever possible. We didn't even have time to animate Alex on the monitor. These kinds of scenes are always a challenge to make interesting, and we didn't succeed with this one. It's a good example of what happens when NPCs are treated like signposts without adding character to them or the scene. The result is a forgettable moment where the game's seams show. But that's the nature of development. You only have so much time, and you have to decide where to spend it. Kleiner's lab and Eli's lab were much more important, so that's where we focused our efforts.
Yeah. I
Point to NLO.
guess it could have been a
Point
bit
to New
more
Little
here.
Odessa. That map is out of date, but you can still see more or less the route to Nova Prospect. Can't vouch for the road, though. We've lost touch with some of the outposts. Shore point to NLO.
Going there.
Shore point to New Little Odessa. Come in,
But
Odessa.
yeah,
You
I
read.
guess like more moments here. I mean, good.
Shore point
Can't
to
you see I'm
NLO.
busy?
Shore point to
Oh.
New Little Odessa. Come in, Odessa. Do you read?
Okay, never mind.
Shore point to NLO.
Excellent.
Shore point to NLO. Shore point to New Little Odessa.
Hello, Dr. Freeman. The car's all ready for you. Hop in and I'll lower you down to the beach.
Buggy model. The Buggy's model went through many iterations before reaching its final version. We cycled through designs that satisfied both our artistic and physics simulation needs, but then hit an unexpected issue. Many playtesters, even experienced FPS players, were getting motion sick while driving it. Along with some simulation tweaks, we discovered that altering the Buggy model helped. The more the model obscured the world, the worse the motion sickness became. So we began stripping away parts of the model, removing more and more of the body until players stopped feeling sick. In particular, being able to see the ground through the missing undercarriage made a noticeable difference.
I guess that explains why it's such a wireframe.
Buggy introduction. We wanted something more engaging for the buggy's introduction than just having the player hop in and drive away. The crane helped with that. Crucially, we needed players to learn how to recover the buggy when it flips over, and this sequence forced them into that situation. Training under pressure is always tricky. We wanted to emphasize the antlion infestation as the reason to stay inside the buggy. So we kept the antlion threat active and provided a couple of citizens on mounted guns for support. A small bonus, players also get the experience of being lifted by the crane just before they'll get to operate one.
Yeah, so you know, oh hey, this
Good, here we go.
buggy can actually be picked up by the crane.
Training course. This training section was designed to let the player play around with her buggy. At the time Half-Life 2 was released, this level of physical simulation in the vehicle was novel, so we wanted to give players ample opportunity to experiment with it. A player has also just left the tight confines of Ravenholm, and we liked giving them the contrast and reward of being able to move quickly through a large space, feeling safe inside a vehicle. We made sure to require a turbo jump to get out of this area, which doubled as a test to make sure they'd reached a level of comfort in their driving, and also ensured that they didn't leave their buggy behind.
And there's the ammunition. Very easy. I think the developer commentary also goes on about how you're not actually moving that fast in this. Even though it feels like you're moving fast. You're only going like 20, 30 kilometers an hour or something. Or an illusion. I was thinking of saying that one of the things with Half-Life 2, I've paused so that we don't get drowned out by the antlines and the engine, it's that I don't know if the game actually tells you about the Combine draining the resources from the planet. Like, that's one of the reasons why they're here at all, to strip mine all of the resources from Earth. And that includes just taking all the water, which you can see that, you know, the water level has dropped dramatically here. Thinking on it, I kind of felt like maybe it wasn't made obvious enough, but I mean, there's a bunch of boats around the place, ships around the place stranded on the sand, and all the docks are like a few meters up into the air, so it is pretty obvious. I'm just kind of dense on that, I guess. But yeah. I guess it's been quite a few years that it's just been steadily dropping, so...
Buggy physics. The physics for a buggy took a lot of trial and error. We wanted it to feel fast, even though its top speed was only about 35 miles an hour. So we had to do some cheating to make it work. We added extra vertical force to the turbo jump and a bit of kick to the rear when using the handbrake to power slide. Without those, the low speed meant the buggy just wasn't fun to drive. On top of that, the world was full of unpredictable physics system-driven chaos. Players were bound to drive the buggy into all kinds of collisions, so we had to make sure that they could always get out. This took a lot of experimenting and playtesting. In the end, we settled on a pretty goofy, unrealistic simulation that made the buggy more forgiving and harder to flip. Its center of gravity is super low, and the wheels, while they look like they turn a lot, actually don't. It was our first attempt at a physically simulated vehicle, and we learned a ton from it. Thanks to that, we were able to make the muscle car in Episode 2 much easier to drive.
I don't remember that. I played probably Episode 2 once, so little wonder. 35 miles per hour, 60 kilometers per hour. But there we go. I don't know, like, the conversions off the top of my head. But yeah, you can see here, like... Obviously, you can see the docks there and where the waterline was against the pillars. And all these ships just lying out here in the middle of nowhere. I guess it's been down enough that you've got this road here. But then you look over there and... Like, it doesn't really make sense because it's not. It would have to be higher up if the water was that high. Otherwise, that would all be underwater. So, it's why I thought maybe like the game could have done a better job of showing that the draining of the oceans is actually something which is going on. Oh, bugger. Good job. Oh, and you can't go into... You can go into the water, but you get eaten by, well, you get attacked by lots of little... leeches. I have to drive all the way off the edge again.
Transition tunnels. Building the coast required us to develop a way to handle level transitions. To move from one level to another, we need to save everything in the transition space as the player leaves the first level and restore it in the next level after loading. Critically, we also have to save and restore everything visible to the player in the transition area, even if it lies outside the space itself. For this reason, we aim to keep transition spaces as small and enclosed as possible. In most of the game, a small room works well for this purpose, but on the coast, we needed a different solution. After some experimentation, we settled on dark tunnels. Besides being reusable in a believable way, the tunnels allowed us to add a bright light flare at the end to mask the fact that we can't render what's ahead of the player, because it exists in an entirely different level.
Yes, they'd have like a low poly model or something? Ah, help, stop! The levels really feel very short now. You realize how many loading transitions there are. Was there a commentary thingy up there? I don't think so.
There's a lot of value in players feeling like they've figured something out on their own. It makes the world feel more alive, rather than just a series of gameplay elements lined up for the player. If we can accept the risk that some percentage of players might miss an element entirely, we can take a more subtle approach. We took this approach with Thumpers, designing setups that players are likely to encounter, but aren't forced to engage with. There are plenty of visual and audio cues, as well as headline reactions, to help the player understand what's happening. It doesn't guarantee all players will figure it out, but playtesting showed that most did.
Yeah. Antlines won't go near you if you're near a thumper. Well, they won't go near the thumper.
With the player driving the buggy throughout the coast, we needed a pervasive enemy that could justifiably appear anywhere and act as a constant threat to keep the player in or near their buggy. Antlions spawning from the sand were the perfect solution. Their high mobility allowed them to keep up with the buggy for short bursts, unlike our humanoid enemies. Plus, they were very satisfying to run over.
Go splat!
Coast. We wanted a wide open section of the game for the buggy, but we still needed a way to constrain the
I'll look
player's
this way
movement.
for a moment.
Choosing a coastline gave us a natural boundary along one side of the map while still feeling open and expansive. It also helped visualize the effects of the Combine's extraction of Earth's resources. Playtesters still tried to swim out to sea, so we added leeches to deter them. The leeches couldn't be a real avoidable enemy that players felt they could fight, so they're a bit magical. Players generally understood that they were pushing the game's boundaries, so we didn't overdevelop them.
Yeah, well, I'll dive into the ocean to show that. Way! Come on, where are you? There we go. They only show up when you go a certain distance out. I thought that as soon as you went in. As a bonus, yeah, there you go. Get to see them pretty clearly there. Actually, don't really have a head like a leech. They got more like a lizard head or something. Another enemy. They were actually in Half-Life 1, though I think in that they had more like a lamprey head. But yeah, I mean here you can see that the water has gone down quite a bit. I guess it still kind of just looks like there's a really low tide, which I guess that's what it is, but...
Grenade House. A lot of a Half-Life game is about giving players slightly novel combat experiences around each corner, even if they're just small tweaks on previous ones. They don't all have to be skill-based challenges. Sometimes they can just be fun moments where the player gets to enjoy themselves. This Grenade House is one of those moments, with the twist being that we've inverted the usual setup. Instead of letting the player drop grenades on enemies below, we've put the enemies above. The unlimited grenade box is a somewhat clumsy way to encourage players to engage with the scenario, but its invulnerability also ensures the players can still climb up to the floor above, even if they've blown up everything else.
Oh. Boom. Oh. Oh, you can't actually open it when it's got a box on top of it. Wanted to go over there. And now you can open the front door. Even though the door opens both ways. Whatever. Oh yeah, there's another neat little detail here. There's a great YouTube channel. I forget what the name of the channel is. Melfarius something or other. The guy, and he's done a whole bunch of videos on very small like details in Half-Life 1 and 2. One of these details in Half-Life 2 is that when you leave your buggy alone for a period of time, it will spawn some bird poop on it. And The longer you're away, more bird poop will accumulate on the buggy. Don't know if we can see any of it here, but that's a funny little detail. I think you have to be a certain distance away from it. We might not have been far enough. Let me just go have a look for the channel. I should. Yeah, Marfitimus blackimus. That's it. One of the videos is Half-Life, how to feed a bull squid. Because they actually go around in Half-Life 1 eating head crabs, and they have a hunger mechanic where once they've eaten, they're not interested in attacking anything for a little while.
Antlion design. In some of the earliest design work for the game, we had plans for multiple core alien races, with the Combine being just one of them. One of the other races was a religious insectoid species, and antlions were part of that. Later, as we developed Coast, we started viewing them more as pests that came through the Zen portals, along with head crabs and other creatures. While they aren't actually from Zen, they infest the corners of any world they enter, a lot like cockroaches.
You can actually turn the thumbers off too. Then you get attacked by antlions. Commentary is quite low. Yeah, there's quite a bit of variation between the volume of it. Some of it's quite. I think some of it's audible, and other ones is quieter. Don't think there's no like option just to increase voice volume. So I have noticed that some of the recordings people have made are they're not very clear in the first place.
Buggy sound design. The sound design for the buggy was based on samples from an old 1968 Camaro. And we chose that car because they have these amazing V8 engines with just huge pistons. And there's not really another sound like it. It has this sort of gutsy, visceral sound that we were looking for. The transmission also has this really wonderful mechanical whine when it stops accelerating. And that combination felt really responsive within this basically binary input system that we had to work with. So the fake engine transmission wasn't modeled after a real-world car. Instead, it was just designed as a simple system to reward the player for holding down the accelerator. So it's like a looping escalator that produces a rising tone, constantly building tension and shifting gears whenever the tone needs to restart. And since the player would quickly run out of space in our relatively small maps, the goal was just to make accelerating fun for a short period of time.
It does lower the volume of the rest of the game while the audio is playing, which is nice. But it would be nice if there was a volume slider to increase the volume of the commentary audio itself. It's also why I put the subtitles on, so that
Open world
that's readable. Then I have to find a dark spot to make them easy to see.
A new problem for us in how we distributed item rewards. In a Half-Life game, we typically reward players for exploring. If you see the way forward but notice something off to the side, there's probably something useful if you take the time to search. When we first started playtesting our coast maps, we tucked rewards away in the corners of the outdoor areas. However, this led to a worse experience with the buggy. The wide open spaces meant there were always lots of small areas that looked like they might contain something, and players kept stopping and getting out of the buggy to search. It became tedious and interrupted the fun of the level. So, we removed those scattered rewards, but this raised a new problem. How do we tell the player when it's worth getting out of the buggy? After some thought, we established a rule. Any kind of human construction would always come with gameplay content and exploration rewards, while purely natural areas would be left empty. We couldn't tell players this directly, but it aligned well with their natural assumptions, and we reinforced it consistently with areas like this.
Makes sense. Areas where people had been would have supplies. Oh yeah, we get to use the binoculars they have here. I don't know if you see these anywhere else. You can see the G-Man up there as well, in the building in the back. It's interesting how the whole resistance is like, I guess they haven't developed, I guess they've been around for a while. Ooh, that didn't work. He's supposed to kick the antlion off the edge there. Pretty sure it's supposed to always happen. I remember it always happening, so... And there's some things which, aren't exactly working as they're supposed to in this.
Buggy birds. In one memorable coast playtest, a player returned to their vehicle after exploring a house and happened to see a bird flying past. They yelled at the bird, telling it to stay away from their buggy, complaining that birds often foul up their cars in real life. In our post-playtest discussion, we realized that this was the first time we'd had objects separate from the player that the player actually cared about. We saw it as an opportunity to explore, so we built a system to deliver the moment that playtesters feared. When the player leaves their buggy alone for a while and is out of sight, we spawn a seagull at a random location on the vehicle frame. As time goes on, the seagull spawns poop decals on the car body beneath it, and continues until the player returns, at which point it flies away. Naturally, playtesters wanted to be able to clean their vehicle, so we added the ability to wash the car by driving it into shallow water. It was late enough in development that we already had the tech for all of this, so the feature was quick to implement. It's one of those cases where we know only a small percentage of players will discover it. But if we can implement these kind of details efficiently and have enough of them, most players will encounter at least one.
That's just what I was talking about just then, so... Yeah, neat little detail. I certainly didn't know about it when I first played the game. I might have seen the seagull fly off from the car, but... It's just like, oh, it's a bird. I didn't really think too much about it. Yeah. Oh, you can actually see it. There's some poop around the car. These little white splats. I did see a seagull though. The bird's just got terrible aim. Yes, driving it into shallow water would clean the buggy. This is shallow water. Come on, get up onto the... Dirk! It's up a cattle keep, yeah. Ugh. I'm sure it used to be easier to punt the buggy around as well. Yeah, whatever. Make a save. know, another thing is I don't remember these guys being a different color. The shotgun combine. I don't remember them having the brown colors. Again, I guess that was added in episode 2 or something, because I remember them all looking like this. Do I even remember them having shotguns? I don't know. I can't remember that. No. Hey, he can push their buggy around.
Boathouse. In Half-Life 1, we discovered we could get a lot of value from scenarios where different AI enemies fight each other. It's fun for players to watch them engage, and it's much easier to observe enemy behavior when you're not the one that's being threatened. This first encounter between antlions and Combine soldiers is designed to be a fun opportunity to ram something with the buggy, but it also serves to highlight the Thumper. By seeing the soldiers use the Thumper to hold off antlions, we hope more players would come to understand its purpose. We liked how the soldiers demonstrated the value of staying near the Thumper while engaging with the antlions.
Okay. Unless the player kills them too quickly. Yeah, well, whatever.
Gordon Freeman!
That's my name.
Hurry, get in the basement. We're expecting gunships at any moment. Colonel Cubbage will be glad to see you made it.
Hello?
This is no time to be wandering around. The Combine's closing in.
And the outlying body's not over there now. Hello.
I'd get into the basement if I were you. We're bracing for an attack.
Okay, fine.
Stay with me, Freeman.
I want to explore. Ooh. Carrots.
This way.
Are you the one talking to the G-Man?
This way, Dr. Freeman.
Or am busy having an escort mission? Yeah, I'm just like...
Colonel Cubbage is in the basement, Dr. Freeman.
Going everywhere.
Is our best bet for taking down a gunship. Ah, hello. I'll be right with you. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. Using the laser guide, you can steer your rocket past the gunship's defenses and prevent it from shooting down your rocket. This will only anger it at first, but if you can survive long enough to make several direct hits, you'll be rewarded with a prize worthy of any mantelpiece. Now, who's going to be the lucky one to carry it into combat? Ah, yes, Gordon Freeman. I couldn't have asked for a finer volunteer.
Odessa Cubbage. Odessa Cubbage is an example of the kind of cameo character we found works well. He's an entertaining guy with some entertaining details, living inside his own little bubble. Since he doesn't leave his scenario, he's free to be exaggerated enough to stand out. We started with his model, which was repurposed from a cut section of the game, and named him after the title of a spam email we received. The model was originally a Norwegian fisherman, and it didn't quite fit as an Englishman, so we slapped a mustache on him, and in that moment, Odessa's character was born. He's ultimately a charlatan, with everything about him being fake. His accent, his mustache, everything. He would never put himself in danger, making him the perfect person to hand Gordon the RPG and explain exactly how to use it.
Laser-guided RPG. The laser guidance feature of the RPG was a huge headache for us because it was difficult to teach. Many playtesters would fire the RPG and then immediately duck behind cover, which meant they didn't see the rocket's flight path. Even worse, they didn't realize the rocket was now turning around to fly back at them. We tried various HUD elements and laser dot indicators to help, but found that most players overlooked them, focusing on the enemy instead. We made as many small improvements as we could, like emphasizing the feature in Odessa's speech and enhancing the audio and visuals around how the gunship shoots down direct RPG shots. While these changes helped some players grasp the feature, we never reached a point where we felt confident that almost everyone understood it. We even considered cutting the feature entirely, but gunship combat without it was much less interesting. The laser guidance forced the player to keep the gunship in sight while the rocket was in flight, but that also meant the gunship had line of sight back, creating a tension we loved.
Okay. Interesting they don't really talk about the medic guys. But yeah, whatever.
Colonel Odessa Cubbage at your service. Gunship! Damn. Let me just send a warning to Lighthouse Point, and then I'll come right up and lend a hand. Go on. Teach that gunship a lesson it will never forget. Remember, use the launcher's laser guide to steer your rocket past the gunship's defenses.
Yeah, you have to like shoot to the side and have it swoop around and hit them. Because otherwise, like that, they'll just shoot them down. I really like the sounds that the gunships make. No, land in the face. Oh well. Flop. I think there's infantry missiles around here somewhere.
Combine gunship. The gunship was an interesting problem. We had a helicopter flight model already and didn't really have time to build something completely new. So we tuned the helicopter's flight model until it felt different enough, and then derived the gunship's organic animation state from the values coming out of that simulation. We also tried to keep it as truthful as possible. For example, there's a limit as how much it can turn its head to aim its cannon, and if it needs to aim beyond that, it has to alter its flight path to bring the cannon around to bear. It's not allowed to just cheat. The other key feature was its engine sound. We have sound spatialization, so the player can tell roughly where it is, but the gunship is a fast-moving object and it's up in the air, away from any nearby reference points. As a result, it can be hard to tell exactly how far away it is and how fast it's moving. To fix that, we added a Doppler effect to the engine sound, pitch shifting it based on the gunship's velocity relative to you. It's a subtle effect, but it's extremely effective at subconsciously helping you perceive the gunship's location and direction, critical information letting you know that you're being hunted by it.
I think I remember from the various videos that they had the gunship design down for quite a while. Though maybe it was sort of extrapolated from some other designs they had, because there was like a gunboat or like a hover vehicle, kind of like something you'd see in Halo, which they didn't end up using.
Flying vehicle audio. The large flying enemies in the game present a unique audio challenge. During combat, they're much more mobile than other enemies, and they often move a significant distance away from the player. They're also really dangerous if they have line of sight. So these factors led us to focus on an audio solution specifically around occlusion. In other words, when you can see the enemy and when the enemy can see you. And we wanted to make a clear audio distinction between when they have that line of sight. So the flying vehicle engine sounds are made up of multiple looping sounds that we play simultaneously. And some of those loops are processed by the DSP system based on the space you're in, while others are played directly and unprocessed. So
Hello.
the DSP system adds more of an environment echoing effect when we run sound through that system. So when the flying object is occluded behind something, it can't see you, we increase the percentage of loops that go through the DSP processing, and it sounds like that object is a little more distant. And then when that enemy emerges from behind an object and it can see you, we play more of the direct sound. So that overall just gives you a sense that the sound is either distant and directionless or more directly in your line of sight. And you can sort of hear it when a helicopter emerges from behind a building. Ideally, you can really hear that difference.
Helps a lot when you're like running in between objects and you're not sure whether you're safe or not. There was some supplies in here, wasn't there? Yes.
Well, that's that. I gather you've disposed of that gunship, Dr. Freeman. Your reputation, sir, is well deserved. I shall have someone open the gate for you immediately so that you can drive on. I understand that Dr. Vance is in great need. Use extreme caution when approaching the bridge. Radio silence from that outpost leads me to believe it has come under Combine control. Still, you're clearly the right man for the job. You'll make it through if anyone can. Farewell. And please tell Dr. Vance that Colonel Cubbage regrets not having been able to rescue him in person.
Okay.
The Freeman must now hurry on. The Eli Vance is held in distress most dire.
Okay.
Is there reason for delay?
Bye. Catching my breath?
NLO to Lighthouse Point, come in. This is Colonel Cubbage. Come in, please.
I thought there was a container of ammunition around here somewhere.
NLO to Lighthouse Point, come in. This is Colonel Cubbage. Come in, please.
I like how it's echoing everywhere. It's because I'm outside. The heck's that noise?
NLO to Lighthouse Point, come in. This is Colonel Cubbage. Come in, please.
Oh, you're giving me armor. Thank you. Garage. Yeah, I thought it there, but I don't think I saw it. Yeah, I thought I remembered like a crate being in here. Oh well. Maybe that's in the later part. There must be one around here, otherwise you can run out of ammunition. That seems odd.
Drive safely.
I don't think there was one in there. Or in there. Whatever. Maybe the missiles respawned or something. Leave us out. Yeah. I do like the closed captions and some of the ones that pop up every now and then. stairs. There we go.
We wanted the buggy to be more than just a means of travel, so we decided to attach a gun to it. We chose the Tower Cannon, a Half-Life 1 weapon we liked but hadn't found a place for it in Half-Life 2. The Tower Cannon can shoot through walls, which makes it tricky for level design, so we limited it to the coast section. Once you introduce wall-penetrating weapons, level design becomes much tougher. Furthermore, we mounted an ammunition crate on the back of the buggy, giving the player unlimited SMG ammo throughout coast. This was especially helpful for playtesters who struggled with the infinite antlions spawning from the sand.
I didn't know that the Tower Cannon penetrated through walls in Half-Life 2. You don't really use it often around walls, so that would be a thing. I forget what they called the antlions. Is there anything else around here? Combine alert, crowbar swoosh, pain noise, death sums up Half-Life 2 pretty well. Does rather.
Crane. The crane took a lot of fine-tuning to get right. Something that needed to generate so much physical force was always risky, given the limitations of our rigid body physics and destruction technology. For example, the magnet was never going to fully meet player expectations for something with that much mass. But because the crane was stationary, we could carefully choose everything within its range and fine-tune as needed. Fortunately, most players didn't seem to notice its rougher edges, likely because of the sheer novelty of interacting with something like it in a vaguely realistic physics environment.
Yeah. Oh. You didn't even know that there was rough edges with this thing. No, I want the big crate. Well, I remember the bouncing around a lot more. The crates, that is, when you drop them. There we... Maybe it just got stuck. You wish you could disarm them with the magnet. That would be pretty funny. Wait. It is fun to move around massive objects like that. Well, I might not have put the buggy in the spot where I could get it. Oh, come on! Hang on. I think I killed a seagull which was nesting on, which was sitting on top of my buggy. Yeah. I think the seagull stopped me from picking it up. That's what you get for pooping on my car. We just heard earlier that the game spawns a seagull on your buggy when you are away from it for a while, and it just poops on the car. Let me try that again, because I really should have been able to pick it up. Yeah, there we go. I might have to move some of those crates I put there. I don't know if you can pick up the Combine's truck over there, or ATV. I think I've tried to push it within range. Take a clip of it, bug rev it to Valve. Unable to pick up Buggy because Seagull gets in way. So we are here. Well, we went from here. I guess we went along the coastline, then up to there. We went along the road, so we're like here then, I guess. And that's another odd thing. It's like, was the lighthouse on an island originally? You'd think if the... Well, we'll see when we get there. How far away the shore is. Maybe it's just really deep there, so... Just up on a high cliff. Great. I'm sure you used to be able to bounce it around more before. Whoa. Ow, 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 ow. This was a bit which was great in the E3 trailer. Though I remember in the trailer the axle on the car actually wiggled around when it was shot, but I don't think it actually does that in the release game. I think there is unlimited ammunition here as well. Somewhere. Yeah, here. Oh no, actually maybe they do. They do. Never mind. Help. Ah. Hear my big mouth. Oh. Ah. Help, I'm stuck again. You wanted to get it to crash into the cars like in the trailer, but yeah, doesn't work like that.
Opportunistic moments. Some memorable moments in the game come from the interactions of multiple game systems, but sometimes we realize these moments are likely to happen only rarely. When that's the case, we often wish more players would experience them. There's a tension here. The more we know players will encounter something, the more effort.
Oh, I guess it can happen if it's in the right spot.
If it feels too artificial, the moment can come across as forced, and players may not respond as positively. The gunship cinematic death is an example where we nudge things a bit, trying to increase the chances of a memorable moment without being too obvious. The design of this area and the gunship's flight path make it likely that the player and the gunship are in the right spots when it dies. If they are, we trigger the gunship's crash into the cars. If not, it dies in the usual way. It's totally gamey, but playtesters didn't seem to mind when the moment played out well.
Yeah. So if I killed it over there, which I was trying to do, it would crash through the cars. Now we have to clear the road. A bit of extra health. Okay, what's the next area? I think it's the roller mines? Or is that later? FPS, roller mine.
Roller mines. Roller mines were created to fill the need for an enemy that could threaten players while driving the buggy. Since the player in the buggy was essentially a fully physically simulated entity, we thought it would be interesting to also have a physically simulated enemy. The Manhack had already shown us how this approach could lead to an enemy with lots of interesting interactions with the world. So we built the roller mine, a ball whose movement is entirely driven by generating torque on itself, and iterated on its behavior until it was fun to drive against. Roller mines aren't particularly dangerous to the buggy, but if you let them stack up, they can become a problem, especially near a cliffside. We also made sure they worked well when the player's on foot, allowing level designers to get a few extra encounters out of them.
Yeah, they stick themselves to the buggy and then they jolt it all over the place. And they get in the way. Like this. There's the mine. Again, if you can destroy the mines by shooting the roller mines by shooting them. Yeah, there we go. Oh, anyone home? Oh.
Ambush. One of the general challenges of a Half-Life style FPS is that the player is constantly moving forward into spaces they don't know. This means that when they find themselves in combat, they're in unfamiliar areas with no knowledge of how to approach the fight. We use many different methods to help the player with this problem, and this ambush is one example. Upon arrival, the player fights a group of Combine among these houses. During the fight and the exploration afterward, the player has the chance to learn the arena layout. Then, when the player explores up into this attic, we spawn a second wave of Combine. In that second fight, the player now has the advantage of knowing the layout, allowing them to make more tactical decisions in defending against the ambushers.
This is also where I think in the developer commentary they talk about how the AI is being told to target the windows, shoot through. They're not actually shooting at the player. They're like aiming specifically at the windows. Who's tossing grenades around? You saw that was a soldier inside. Oh, targeting the windows. He turned around and shot at the window while it was on the inside. Interesting. Oh, hang on. I think there's something behind here. No? Okay, never mind. They give some SMG ammo when you've got infinite in the truck. Oh well. Oh yeah, we got a crossbow.
Crossbow. This is the player's first opportunity to get the crossbow in the game, and looking back, it's somewhat surprising we didn't gate it. It's entirely possible for the player to drive right past it. To make that less likely, we set up the roadblock and vantage point to encourage players to get out of the buggy, at which point they'd spot the crossbow and item crate. Playtesting showed that almost every player stopped and collected the weapon, but this is a case where the difference between playtesting and real play might matter. A playtester who's been playing since the start of Coast may not be as fatigued with exploration as someone who's been playing from the very beginning of the game. So, we placed another crossbow a few levels ahead, directly on the player's path in Nova Prospect.
Yeah, it is kind of just out of the way there. What? Oh. It's an interesting gun, a crossbow which fires heated rebar. Oh, I see you there. Yeah, it does pin them to the wall. Nice. No. Oh right, yeah, the yoink. Yoink. You put your brakes on.
Gas station. We had grand plans for this encounter. We envisioned building a gas station that the player would fight around, likely igniting the gas tanks and setting fire to everything. We imagined the player driving away from a raging fire, but budget and performance were harsh constraints in 2003, and the station had to keep getting smaller and simpler to fit into Coast's large levels. Our plans for a dynamic fire system didn't materialize, and building it no longer made sense. There's always a limit to how much work we can justify for a single encounter. In the end, the only remnants of our original vision are the explosive gas tanks.
Oh yeah, don't they blow up the entire structure? Yeah. And that's pretty neat. Seeing the roof of them get blown off. Well. Oh yeah, this kind of shows you how the Combine soldiers are modified. You got a human there. And you've got... I guess what they're supposed to look like underneath the mask. Like their head's been smoothed out and they've got, like, implants in their head and in their eye socket. But they've been changed pretty significantly. What's with the monkey? I guess it's showing like stages of evolution. Or something, you know, like the transformation the Combine provides is the next phase in human evolution. Edginess, yeah, exactly.
Area portals. One performance challenge we faced in Coast was handling wide open spaces that included buildings with highly detailed interiors, or at least they were detailed by 2003 standards. When the player was outside, we wanted to allocate as much of our budget as possible to rendering that space, without losing resources to the building interiors. But unless we were willing to board up every window and door, the player could still see inside. To solve this, we created a feature called area portals, placing one in every open window and door. An area portal precomputes a flat image of the building's interior, and during play, when the player is some distance away, the area portal displays this precomputed image over the window or door, allowing us to skip rendering the actual interior. As the player approaches, we smoothly crossfade between the area portal's image and the building's actual contents. With careful use, area portals helped us to meet our performance goals on Coast, along with the occasional door that closed itself behind you.
Got cut off at the end there. Okay. I think we're going to save it there, and we'll continue with this next time. Because coming up is the bridge part, which... yeah, so I'll leave exploring this area here for when we actually continue with it next time to go over the bridge. Ugh. Continues to be very interesting listening to the development. Anyway, I'll thank you very much for joining me, and I hope you join me again next time.